Hello everyone! If you're here, it means that you purchased Advanced Aircraft and Helicopter System plugin for Unreal Engine. In this video, we're gonna go through every single possibility of this plugin. We're gonna explain everything, every line of property there is, every piece of class there is. We're gonna create a complete airplane ground up from the zero. We're going to create the base class, add the wings and all, and we're also going to create a complete helicopter the same way, and then we're going to enable autopilot and turn them into NPCs, following things around. There is another video which is much shorter. You can find the link down in the description if you don't know about it already. You can click on that and see how you can quickly run this plugin in your project and use the existing airplanes and aircrafts in the system for your games as quickly as possible. Maybe you want to change the looks of it and run it. But in this video, we're going through everything. We're going to create something from scratch that feels nice and good the way you want it. Make sure you grab your tea or coffee, sit, relax, and follow step by step what I'm doing on the screen. Let's begin. Yeah, this is an empty project that I have right here, but I already added my plugin. How we did that, of course, you go to what you do, you go to Epic Games, you go to your library, and then you find the plugin, which is Advanced Aircraft and Helicopter System. At the moment that you're watching this, at the moment I'm recording this video, this plugin is not released yet, so there are tiny differences from what you see on my screen and your screen. In my screen, there is no Advanced Aircraft and Helicopter System, so I'm going to show you Advanced Cars and Bike System over here in the editor. In the Epic Launcher, so how you can add it. You just click on it and install this plugin to your preferred engine, 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, or even higher. It will get updates, okay? So just install that. Once it's done, you come back to your project. On the top left of the screen, you click on Plugin, you click on Edit and Plugins. And then what you see here is Advanced Aircraft and Helicopter System. You'll find it somewhere. If you don't find it, you search it up here. You just type Advanced. You'll find our plugin, by the way. It's right over here because, yeah, anyways. Once you see it, on the left side of it, there is a checkbox. You hit that checkbox. Of course, you need to hit it so it's checked. For me, just to show you, when you click on it to be checked, there is a tiny restart button coming here, coming on the bottom right of the screen. You click on that, it will restart your project, and you'll see the Advanced Aircraft and Helicopter System is going to be checked and ready to use. Once you do that, so make sure it's checked and restart your project. The next thing you do is to click on this Windows, and then you find Content Browser, and you make sure Content Browser is open on the left side. Over here, you need to do a bunch of things. On the top right side of the Content Browser, you click on Settings, and you make sure these are checked, okay? Show Content Classes, checked. Show Engine Content, checked. Show plugin content, checked. And if you're crazy, you can even check show developers content, which I don't know what it does, but make sure it's checked. Why not? Okay, once you do that, you can find the Advanced Aircraft and Helicopter System inside the engine folder in your content browser, because this engine folder is now visible. You just click on that, and then on the right side, you'll see plugins folder. You double click on that, and over here, you will find Advanced Aircraft and Helicopter System plugin folder. Okay, so there are actually two plugins that you will see. For me, it's not in here. For me, it's in a separated plugins folder because I'm currently in the developer mode of this plugin, by the way. So what you do here is what you find under plugins over here in this mess. You'll find these two folders. Okay, so one of them contains the plugin content, like the map you saw in the demo. Everything you saw in the demo is over here, so everything is usable. You can 3D models all the way to the code, all the way to the to the sounds, everything there is. It's over here. Of course, sounds and 3D models are for testing purposes only. You didn't pay for those. You actually paid for the entire package, which include those, but like what you get mostly is the system. So intent was the system as well, of course. And on the other folder, you see the C++. If you have Visual Studio installed, then you can go inside this C++ class, C++ folder, and you see all the classes that are related to this advanced aircraft and helicopter system. Indeed, if you know how to use them, it's easy. You right click on each and every one of them, you create a blueprint class out of it, and you start using. But I'm not going to do that because I already made them. I already right clicked on every and each of them and created a blueprint class out of them, just like here. So you don't have to. So yeah, this plugin is so easy to use that you don't need to have any knowledge about C++ or know anything about it. We'll get here maybe later. Maybe I explain a little more about these. So what you can, of course, you can double click on them and see the code as well. The entire lines of codes are inside these. You can find them. Anyways, so what we need to know is that when you go to plugin folders and you find these two folders inside engine, plugins, and then you find these two, the one that has a plug sign on it, it's the content folder. You double click on that and you see a bunch of folders. This is where things get nice. Okay, first of all, where can you find the example level? Well, of course, it's under blueprints. And then over here, you find the map sandbox. Double click on that. I don't even care about our empty level. Let's open that. There we go. This is the exact demo that you had. You can hit play. You can play with it. You can do whatever you want over here. So yeah. Before we jump in, I'm going to show you how you can turn on and off the debug system in the project and how you can swap between airplanes that you have in your project as well. Let's say you want to add your new airplane into the system, or you want to change, you have your own set of airplanes and aircraft and helicopters, and you want to be able to swap with them using the two changing actor pawn buttons on your keyboard or controller. We're gonna go through them. First of all, you can go to your plugin project folder, which is for me right here, and then I'm gonna select any vehicle that I want, which is this one, CH46, or you can click on it and do it right here, but I would like to do it for all of them. So every CH46 that I have will inherit the same thing. So I'm gonna open this, and then there you see in the class defaults, so the first one, see the nothing plane, the class defaults, there is something called, if you search for debug up here, debug, there is something called master debug. If you turn it off, compile, come back in, you see if you press Z, there is no longer a debug section on the left side. I can't even toggle it back on or off at all. And then if I have it on, this debug system will suddenly show up, and I can set it on or off as well. Okay. There is another thing under each section. For example, under this ECU, under this motor, under this another motor that I have, so it's a CH40, it has two motors, or the gears. You see, I'm coming to this point that you have debug values, debug booleans under every component of your airplane. You can turn them on and off to see how your airplane is actually performing. It's a speed, there are lines to show you the forces, the directions. You can turn them on and off. So that's something you can keep in mind. You can always use them, and then whatever you do, you can in whatever component you're in, you can search for debug, and you see debug options for that component that can appear or disappear. Okay, one thing I can do, I can disable this master debug, and I can enable the debug for under the ECU that I have down here. I can enable these two. Okay, and I hit play. If you see they appeared, okay, but I couldn't even change them pressing Z. But yeah, so that's how it works. I can turn them back off again. That's it. And now, if you have like multiple airplanes and you want to be able to switch between them using the buttons, you can always select your airplane, and then you can set in the class defaults again up here. You type possess, POSS. It will suddenly appear that there are two new variables in this plugin. One of them is that allow plane to be possessed by this system, by this button system. Otherwise, this will work automatically. You don't need to adjust this. This will work. But if you want it to be in the system of switching between planes, you can have your airplanes set to be allow possession, and then you can give them a possession order. If you don't give them the right order for their possession, it will automatically order itself. So you always possess the next one, but you cannot expect the next one to be exactly what you want after this current airplane. So I have the position for my first aircraft to be yes, allow possession, and it is possessed by default in the begin play. So the moment I start the game, it is possessed. Okay, and I have the second one. The second one, you see, allow possession true, and the possession order is 1. The other one is 2, 3. This one is 7. Why is it 7? Because this one, this is 4. This is 5. This is 6. I have these small aircrafts, small toys or drones, and then this one is 7. And there you go. You got the idea, right? With that being said, let's jump into the project and I'll explain everything. What I'm gonna do now is that this first airplane that like the game starts from here, right? You click on that. By the way, if you want to use this as your project, you go ahead and do that. These are yours now. Just click on the first one. And over here in the details panel, you just search for possess, POSS, something like that. Just say pose, and then you'll find this. Something's up here over here. What you'll see is this thing. So auto possess player. I'm gonna set it. I'm gonna disable it. So because I don't want to, whenever I'm trying to hit play, I want the new plane that we create together to be used. Okay, I'm gonna disable this one. Okay, just for the time being. All right. So we're gonna add a new plane, and then we're gonna possess that one. So when I hit play, it no longer possesses that helicopter. Okay. That's what we did. And by the way, if you want to use any of these helicopters, which I will show you how, okay, I will show you how. And then of course we have a jump button to that in the YouTube comments or description or over here or somewhere on the screen. But if you want to know how to use them one by one, for now I'll give you a glimpse. There is a folder in our plugin advanced in the content folder of our plugin. There is a folder called vehicles. Double click on that and you see every vehicle that you see on the screen right now. It's actually so easy. You just click on this, for example, Apache. In this Apache one, here we go. This is Apache, and then I can put it in and hit play and play it, possess it and play it with it. It's just easy. It's the 3D model of that thing and the blueprint itself. So for now, we're gonna create a new one from scratch. And then we're gonna go through all of these helicopters and airplanes that are already made. Okay. So what you need to do is to go to this blueprint folder in the plugins content folder, and then you'll see it. Do you remember the C++ classes that I said you could right click and create blueprint class? And you don't have to because I did it for you. Yeah, I did it. It's here. So they're all here. You can see them, you can use them, you can right click, create a child blueprint class out of any of these that you want. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to, I create a folder called blueprints. This is an empty, let's say, like I already tested. See, there is no blueprints folder here at all. We're going to create a new folder called blueprints, and then we're going to put our new plane over there or something like that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to go to our plugin content folder, go to blueprints, and then find this BP nothing plane. What is this exactly? So this BP nothing plane is the base plane itself. Okay, like the frame of the plane. All right, let's see it that way. It is the frame of the plane. So I'm gonna right click on this nothing plane and then create a child blueprint class out of this. It's over here. Make sure you don't manipulate this this nothing plane yourself. If you manipulate it and you mess up this nothing plane, you just go find the C++ class and create a new blueprint class out of it. So what I did, I created a child blueprint class, and I'm gonna call it BP underline experimental airplane. How about that? Okay, there we have it. I'm gonna move it to my own folder. How can I do that? Actually, I'm gonna create a new folder, maybe in my content. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it new planes. Okay, and then we're gonna find the blueprint class that we created. It is hold on, I forget. Yeah, I'm gonna drag and drop this new child class that I created, and I'm gonna put it in my content. Oh, sorry, no, in my new planes folder. Okay, I'm gonna drag and drop it in the new planes folder. Move there. There we go. This is the plane. Okay, I'm gonna double click on it, and here it is. This is the base plane. As you can see, what does it include? It includes two cameras. One is a third-person camera, and the other one is the first-person camera, which is from the inside of the aircraft. If you see, one of them is like right there with a spring arm of like 0 length, and the other one is bigger. We're gonna get to this in a second, okay? And there is a body. If you click on that body, you can select the static mesh for your plane over here. And if you click on this BP experimental plane up here, or you can click on this, or you can click on class defaults, okay, one of the two. You click on this or this. You'll find all the properties for an airplane base that you need to have, like a spring arm, camera, first-person camera, first-person camera, again, is the arm, the camera itself, camera options, we don't care about that, and then where it gets advanced is over here in the properties panel. So in the properties panel, you have a lot of controls, which we will get back to after we create our entire airplane and we were about to set their properties. Okay, so right now, for example, the debug thing you see on the left side of the screen where it says the controls, it's right here. Okay, I'm not gonna touch them just yet. We're gonna get back here in a second. So I'm gonna add our static mesh. So for you guys, I included inside the right now. If you see, I can have them both open right inside the plugin folder. So it is here in the plugins content folder. There's a folder called vehicles, right? Inside the vehicles folder, I have made for you. I have added for you an experimental folder. Okay, an experimental planes folder. You double click on that, you see a bunch of experimental airplanes that you can use. Actually, I'm gonna bring this first one, which is an airplane. It's called test airplane. This is a static mesh. I'm gonna double click on this one first, by the way. You have to do this for everything you have. If your mesh doesn't have a proper collision set, then you have to double click on it. Like right now we're doing it. I'll double click on this one, go to collision, and add a box simplified collision. Once you add a box simplified collision up here, every collision will appear. So I'm gonna remove this box. Now I can see the other the actual collision for my airplane as well, which I don't like it. I hate it, actually. I hate my collision to look like this. So what I'm gonna do is actually remove the entire collision of this airplane. Okay, for you, we are doing this just to make sure that the collision is set right. If yours is set right, then you don't have to touch this section. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the collision for mine. It's actually simple. I'm gonna add box simplified collision, set it to the size of my airplane, probably like that. It's so easy, right? Sorry. We're gonna, by the way, we're gonna save our project because if anything happens, I don't lose anything. Okay, with Control S, I saved the project. All right, I'm gonna click on all of these up here, so I have precise control over the size and all. This much, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure. Yeah. This is perfect. And I'm gonna, click on it, or I'm gonna add another box simple collision, and this one I'm gonna set it for my wings. By the way, if your collision is not made well, for example, there is more collision on one side and there is less to the other side. By the way, this is too big, and there is less to the other side, then your airplane is gonna go sideways or something like that. So definitely care about those, and of course where your center of mass is. So this is for these wings. I'm gonna add another box collision. This one is gonna be for the tail. Yeah. We're gonna put it right here, maybe smaller. I'm gonna, so how am I doing this? WQE will change between, will toggle between. R is rotation, E is sorry, R is scale, E is rotation, and W is position or location, let's say, for each one. I know one of them. I really wish we had more control over these collision boxes and all, but it is what it is, Ryan. What you can do here, by the way, it's funny. You click on one of these collision, Control C and Control V, and you have a duplicate of it. It's actually something that might be useful for you. So I'm gonna add one over here. There we go. There we go. So yep, it's done. The collision is set. I'm gonna Control save. I should save up here and close this static mesh. We no longer have anything to do with this thing. Now it has proper collisions being set. What we need to do now is to drag and drop this this test airplane to our body inside the nothing plane. It's an experimental airplane that we created, right? I'll just go here, click on body, and find the static mesh part, which is right here. I'm gonna go back to my content browser. I'm gonna drag and drop it over here. Or I could just click on this button, but it is what it is. Okay, you see, it's added. And it's almost correct when it comes to the positioning of the cameras already. But we can do that in a second as well. So that's the base of your plane. Okay. The first thing that is important for a plane is, of course, we're creating aircrafts, right? So there are a lot of physics stuff that we will go to together. It's like super simple, don't worry. The first thing you need to do is to click on your class defaults up here, or the body, one of the two. I like to click on class defaults just to make sure. And then here in the details panel, I'm gonna search for mass, and this is how heavy our aircraft is. Okay, let's say this aircraft is like maybe 700 kilograms. I don't know. This is in kg, of course. Let's say it's 700. We can come back to it and change it later. Okay. So that our experimental aircraft is like 700 kilograms. And now what we need, the first thing we need, is to test first how it looks. I'm gonna go somewhere empty, maybe like here, and I'm gonna drag and drop it. I'm going to go to blueprints. Where did I put it? It's here in new planes. It's right here. I'm gonna drag and drop it into the project. and I'm gonna make sure the possess in the details panel. I'm gonna search for possess and then make sure it is possessed and hit play. As you can see, it's working, but it's weird. It has like heavy mouse movement and it's inverted. There are maybe it's not inverted. Yeah, we're gonna work on that in a second. The important thing is the plane is there. Now what we can do is to go to airplane. Actually, this is spring arm. The third person was too high. I'm gonna move it a little right, maybe right here, so it points there. And then I'm gonna go on my third person spring arm. I'm gonna go to this target arm length, and I'm gonna set it maybe to 1000. It's better. It's closer, right? And then compile, save. I'm gonna go back to my project. There we go. It's much closer. Even 1000 is too much. Maybe even like 700. Much better. Wait, for now. For the first person, I don't bother that much just yet. What you can do right now is, give me a second. Oh yeah. What you should do, what you must do first, is there should be some wheels under the plane, right? It's called airplane landing gears. Yeah, it's called landing gears. And in our project, it's called gears. So let's go ahead and add those gears. How am I going to do that? How is it even possible? I'll click add here and I search for gears. As easy as that. You search for gears and you see something called BP gear components. I told you, I already did it, right? Every component, everything that we right-clicked in C++ code and created blueprint class out of it, it's right here. I can just add them. Okay, so you don't have to. You see what I'm saying? If you don't find it, if you click on this add and you don't see that gear, if you search for gear and you don't see BP gear component, you can still use the gear, which is the C++ class itself. These are the same thing, essentially. But if you don't see it at all, you can always go to go inside the blueprint, the plugins content folder, go inside the blueprints, and it's right here, BP gear component. You can drag and drop this inside your airplane under body, and voila, it's added. Or you can simply search for gear and add more gears, just like that. You see what's happening? Actually, I don't want my gears to be under each other. I just want them to be under the body. And from this point, I add another one. So we need like 3 gears for this one. You can have as many as you want, like 5 landing gears, maybe like the wheels, I mean. 5 of them, 7 of them, 1, 2, 3, or none. It's on you. Now I'm gonna position these. So what I would like to do is to click on this, make sure I have position snapping on, and this is on, this is on. This is easier for me. I'm gonna put it on like 100. And for the first gear, I'm gonna bring it like 200 to the front and then 200 to the right. For the other one, 200 to the front, 200 to the left one. This is my experimental one. You can do it your own way. You can put it anywhere you want. And I want to set the last one, which is the third one. I'm gonna put it back here. What do you say? Do you like it? Yeah, I like it. Anyways. Now that we have 3 gear components on, each gear component has its own properties and values that we can set together, which is easy. But before we do that, I have to tell you that every component that we created here in our project, it has a section in the details panel. It has a section called properties, and every possible variable that you need to adjust is under the properties category. Okay, so everything is here under properties. The rest of the things, you don't need to change them too much, but it's like under properties here. And yeah, you see, everything is under the child of properties. So let's go ahead and quickly see what other components that we have and we need to add. Right now, we had our nothing plane, We added our gears, and what we need to add next is the wings. Okay, and for the wings, of course, again inside the content browser, inside the plugins content folder and the blueprints, you have another thing called wing. There is also another one called motor. There is also another one called ECU. These are, and the gear, of course, we already talked about it. These are the things that we use for every airplane, no more, no less. So I'm gonna go back to my nothing plane, to our new experimental airplane. This time I'm going to add inside, like under the body, I'm gonna add a wing. So I just search for wing, and this is BP wing. This time I'm gonna copy, paste a bunch of them. Okay, I'm gonna set them up. All right, I'm gonna put the first one on the, maybe 2 to the front, 2 to the left. I'm gonna position my wings, right? Actually, currently, it's funny, I'm positioning the wings exactly on top of the gears. You don't have to. You can put the wings exactly where they are. But this is what I'm doing. Make sure they are balanced, because if you want your airplane to be balanced, there has to be a wing on the right, a wing on the left, and like exactly same spot, exactly look the same. Otherwise, you're gonna fly it weirdly. Maybe it's gonna be dragged to the side because your airplane is not configured in a balanced way. So the first wing is right here. The second wing, I'm gonna put it exactly same spot, but on the other side. So first one here, second one here. And for the third one, it's gonna be back here. And fourth one, it's gonna be back like right here. And there should be like one for the tail, right? It's called rudder. And for the rudder, I'm gonna place it up here. Okay, it's okay. You can put it anywhere you want. Maybe a little bit down, but like just to keep this simple, I'm doing it right like this. All right, I'm gonna compile, save. There is one more thing. We need to add 2 more things actually. We need to add a motor. BP motor. These are all coming from the plugin that you purchased, by the way, as I said. And I'm gonna place the motor wherever my motor is. Okay, how many motors you have? 2. Go ahead and add 2. 5. Go ahead and add 5, and put them in their right spot, wherever the engine should be. Maybe, is there an engine back there? Put it there. Is there an engine on this wing and another one on this wing? Do it. This experimental one has 1 engine in the front. Which, yeah, we just placed it, right? Compile, save. One last thing. You need a system to combine all of this, and you need your airplane, I mean, needs to understand everything and their position. How is it happening? It's happening with yet another component called ECU. You just search for ECU. There is a flight ECU. If you didn't find it, it's in the content browser plugins content folder. But you find the ECU, you add a BP ECU for your plane as well. So this ECU is the computer, where is the source where it detects all the wings and all, and it like automatically makes everything magically work. Okay, it's gonna find them all, and it's gonna think by itself. Okay, when did you push the buttons? Like what should happen? Everything is under ECU. We're gonna go through it in a second. So what's next here? After everything is done, we need to configure our airplane, and say what's what. Here is how it's happening. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to hold Control and select every gear components that I have. Okay. On the right side, in the details panel, if you don't see it, it's inside this window details panel. You can bring it up over here. So make sure you select all of your gears at once. I mean, you can select them one by one and have different properties for each. But for now, I'm gonna select all of them. I'm gonna go to the properties category under the details panel, and there is something called gear, a visual, and there are so many things that you can do. I'm gonna go ahead and open all of these. Okay, these are all the adjustments for the landing gear that you can do. The first thing I'm going to do is to select what type of wheel it is. Is it the flat skid, like for what we have under helicopters, or is it the steering wheel? Can you steer it? Can you steer this wheel? Actually, I'm going to select all of them to fixed wheel except the one in the back. So select the one in the back, and I'm going to go and change its type to steering. Okay, and then of course I'm going to select on all of them, and then look, you can enable or disable them, and you have every other property as well. You can go ahead and read them. It's so easy to understand. It's self-documented, so don't worry about anything. Anything you see here, you can change them, see what's happening in the project. So I added all of them. The next thing you need to do is of course it's a landing gear, so it has a suspension and it has a wheel, right? The next thing we need to do is to adjust the suspension height. Okay, well, suspension height, let's see, this is 100 to down, right? So I'm gonna set the suspension height maybe to like somewhere around 60, and of course it's gonna get damped, right? Because it's suspension. When the airplane 700 kg is on top of it, it's gonna get damped. So if it's 60, it's not gonna sit exactly at the 60 unless the suspension is too stiff. I'm gonna put it like maybe somewhere like 80. What do you say? All three of them for now. And now I'm gonna say suspension stiffness. This is important. This should be a really big number, to be honest. I'm gonna put it like 10,000 right now. It's not even enough. Maybe 100,000. And for the suspension damping, how do I know it should be 100,000? This is force, by the way, in Newton meters or something like that. I'm not sure. Newtons. Yeah, newtons per centimeter, something like that. So it should be a huge number, I guess. But anyways, I found this out by like experimenting a lot. I named it Newton per centimeter, but like, yeah, it should be a big number. I'm really saving. Okay, I'm gonna Control Shift save as well myself because I don't want to lose my work. And for the suspension damping, this should be a high number as well. I'm gonna set it to like 5,000. Let's compile, save, go to our project, and hit play. Oh my god, suspension is too powerful, I guess. Yeah. So I'm gonna say, okay, 50,000 is my suspension power, stiffness, and then instead of 5,000, I'm gonna put it to 4,000. Let's see what happens now. Oh my god, I think instead of maybe I'll lower this a little bit. Let's it's experimental, right? I mean, it's better. I'm gonna alt tab and alt tab again, and I'm gonna click on this button over here to depossess it. Press F. I'm gonna see what happens if I like. I'm gonna see how tough is my spring. Huh. Okay, you know what? Something is on in this for this. That's why you have this weird movement. What you need to do is to go to your the experimental airplane, click on ECU because we have an ECU now. There's something called Enable Park Assist. I'm gonna disable it. Just disable in Park Assist, and that's all. I'm gonna hit compile and then come back here. Yeah. This way, it's not going to lock the airplane whenever it's paused. Actually, this is good. I want to see. Yeah, it's okay. It should be more powerful a little bit. So for our gears, I'm gonna control and select them again. I'm gonna set the power to maybe like. Actually, what if I lower the damping? Yeah, it's good now. It's good now. So for 700 kg, we found out this number is okay, at least. Can be better. Maybe like if I set it to double, what happens? Double everything. You know, I'm just noticing that the lower the damping is, the better it gets, at least for me. So maybe I say this, set this to like 8,000 something. This is experimental, right? Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good now. Okay. What else I need? Maybe I increase the length of my wheels to like 100. The length of the suspension. Yeah, so it sits 100 higher. Okay, this is great. Now there is one problem. It's sliding, which is gonna be fixed, of course. For now, because I have park assist off, and what's under is not it's not flat. So we're gonna fix that in a second as well. I'm gonna save. What we are going to do here, I'm gonna add the wheels, by the way. So what you can do to add the wheels, under each gear component, you select it, you add a component, and you add a static mesh for each and one of them. So I add one, copy and paste it twice, and put them under their own gears. So gear number 1 will get its own static mesh. Gear number 3 to gear number 2 will get its own as well. And then what else you need to do is to rename your static mesh. This will happen automatically. So the gears will automatically detect if there is a static mesh with a specific name, with a specific string and specific name included in its name. So what you need to do is to have your static mesh renamed to wheel. Okay, so this one is like wheel 1. Make sure the word wheel is included in the name of your static mesh. I'm gonna name it wheel 2 actually for this one. And then for the first gear, this is gonna be wheel 1, and then for the other one, this is gonna be just a wheel. Okay, and then select all your static meshes, the wheels that you just created. You select all of them, and you in the details panel you see location, right? I click on this default location, so they're all in position 0s on their right spots. Okay, the next thing you need to do is to add a static mesh for them. It's right here. It's a static mesh. What you need to do is to search for wheel. I already included the wheels for you. If you don't see it like this, okay, let's go ahead and bring it by hand. So you go to our plugin content folder. Oh, sorry, not here. Plugin content folder. And there is something called general models. It's a folder. You click on that. Double click on that and you'll see a bunch of general 3D models, and one of them is wheel. So I drag and drop the wheel over here and over here. There we go. Or I could just select it and click this button, and you see we have giant wheels right now. Okay, actually let's size them well. Probably this size is okay, and it's like too wide. Okay, I like big wheels, to be honest. I really like it. Okay, so these are our wheels. I compile, save. It should work automatically with a slight problem. I'll tell you what. Okay, it's working. You see how it working? How it's working? What else we need to do is to click on our gears and select them one by one, and then we can adjust the wheel radius. Okay, but before we do that, since the camera is janky a bit, I'm gonna click on our experimental airplane, the class defaults basically, and in the details panel I'm gonna scroll down until I see properties, and then under properties there is a section called, not the camera, I go down, look around category. Under look around category, I can make it faster or slower. Okay, let's do that. Look around sensitivity, pitch, and yaw. I'm gonna set it to like 1 and 1, and I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna see how it changes. Amazing, much better. Now, what else I want? I would like to see the camera pitch to be inverted, which is gonna be easy. Again, same look around category. Invert look Y. Easy as that. I like it this way. So, and I can see my suspensions, they're standing above the ground. Okay, which I don't like it, and the wheels are too big. Let's fix those as well. I'm gonna select our wheels. make them even smaller. Maybe this size is good. And then I'm gonna select my gears. I'm gonna select my gears and go to this. I mean, probably lower. I mean, smaller wheels are okay now. But if you want to change, if you want to make your wheels to understand gears, understand about the size, you have to adjust a variable in the visuals called wheel radius. These are, by the way, all accessible in the blueprints as well. So if you have a code that's gonna call this wheel radius property and like get and set it, you can do it. So wheel radius, see, I'm gonna set it to like 25. Yeah, it should be bigger. Smaller, sorry. So 25 was too much. So wheels I'm gonna set them to like 15. It's like 150 centimeter, I guess. It's too low, so it's should be bigger. Like 20. You tweak this number until your wheels are exactly touching the ground, like right now. It's good. But I believe it should be like even less. So maybe like 18. Kind of perfect. I mean, I would go for 19. Oh, it's great. It's great. It's working. So now we're gonna prevent our airplane from sliding. How can we do that? But in a seamless way. What you need to do is to go to experimental airplane, go to ECU, parking brake. You can adjust this and you see how it happens. You don't need to, because this is in nice settings already. So right now we're going to test and see how it works. We have a full parking assist which will hold our plane in place. You see? It's actually a good thing to have it, okay? But right now it doesn't feel that good because we don't have our plane properly set. Enable park assist. I just disable it, that's it. And there is another thing called prevent direction, which we will get to in a second, okay? So I'm gonna compile and save with enable park assist off. See what happens now. The plane actually works properly, but it's sliding down, it's sliding backwards and sideways. And that's because we need more lateral friction, more friction actually for the gears themselves. So I'm gonna click on my gears. By the gears, I mean the wheels, which is something under the gears, right? So I click on the gears, and I go down until I see something called friction, a section called friction. Over there, it is already enabled, but it's not powerful enough. It's enough for an airplane like maybe 200 kg or something. It holds it, but like I need to see more. So probably 15,000 is a better number. So it's like side slide power or something like that. So we're gonna test it. So it is still going to roll backwards, but not sideways. If sideways, then less. Okay, so let's test. How can I test? Yeah. You see what happens here? So yeah, it has no way to slide sideways anymore. Just like a real car or something, there is a lot of friction to the sides of the vehicle. So there we go. The next thing we need to do is to prevent rolling backwards. There's a slight problem in our airplane right now. This happens in real life airplanes as well. There are 2 gears in the front and only 1 in the back. It means that there is more power pushing our plane upwards on the front of the plane, on the wings of course, than there is in the back. There's only 1 gear in the back. That means less power from the back. Or sometimes maybe your plane is heavier on the front or on the back, and it's making the wheels to roll forward or backward, just like in real life. But since it's a game and there is not that much of friction inside the game, and we have to replicate everything, this happens more often. In order to prevent your airplane, an airplane like this, which it has 1 wheel in the back, 2 in the front, there are multiple ways of countering this. First one is that you can have the same gears as front, in the back, exactly same location. I mean, the distance from the center, but in the back. There is another one that that you can have the suspension is in the back, the gear on the back of the plane more powerful. So it levels the back of the plane exactly the same as the as the front ones. Also, right now our plane looks weird, right? Like it has like all the gears are the same height. I would like to have maybe less height on the one in the back, but yeah, we can fix that in a second. So in order so the best way to encounter such a problem is to go to our ECU. I already have a system for it. You go to the ECU, and under the parking assist system, there is a thing called prevent direction. This means that the ECU of the airplane will automatically hold brakes if it notices that the plane is going backwards or forwards, depends. So I'm gonna set prevent going backwards unintentionally, of course. And I'm gonna say, okay, use half of the braking power to hold the airplane to prevent it from rolling backwards. And then of course you can set it to none, backwards, forward only, or both. Okay, that's it. And you can select what's the maximum speed that this system will work, and over this speed this system will automatically cancel itself. On the backwards, I mean 4 point something, I can set it to 5 or whatever you want, doesn't matter. This is accidentally changed in the parent class, so if you go to the nothing plane class that we had, this number should be 5, but it's like accidentally this one, doesn't matter. So 4 kilometers is per 4 meters per second actually is good. This is because of like copying and pasting, so it's not meters per second, it's actually kilometers per hour. So I'm gonna compile and save. There is another thing we need to do, is to adjust, by the way, before we do that, before we test it, we select our gear components, and we have to find a section called the brake. Okay, this first one is showing the brake amount. Even if you change it here, nothing will happen. It will automatically replace it with the input number, that input power that you have, like on your keyboard or your controller. So that the first one is showing that. The second one is like brake max force N. I'm gonna set it to like something like 15,000, which is too much. Maybe 10,000 Newton meters. Compile, save, and let's test it. So it will hold brakes whenever it detects that it's rolling backwards. It's holding brakes actually, but I noticed that friction should be more, it seems like, because it's also sliding. By the way, the ground is also not leveled, so it's a slightly there is a slight downhill that I can see, and then this is perfectly normal. In any game, you have a flat surface wherever, like it's a street, or it's a flat area that you have your plane on. Otherwise, this will happen for many things, even vehicle games, even car games, even car mechanics have such an issue. But there is a way to prevent this as much as we can, which is more lateral friction. So I'm gonna set it to like 20,000, and also you can change these numbers. So side dead zone. So I'm gonna set it to 0 maybe, just to see what happens. Maybe this time we have a better side slide. You see, it's already better. It's already better, and it is holding the brakes. By the way, I can see in the debugs on the top left of the screen there is a debug section. You see the white area. Right up here. This is the blue ones, the Cayenne, something like it. You go up until you see the white section. It says brakes. Right now it's 0. If I hold space, it's 100. Okay, and if the plane is rolling backwards, you see it's automatically it's at 50% automatically by the ECU. I'm not holding the brakes. You see my hands are up here. So it holds brake until it's 0 speed, and that's it. And now it's rolling forward. It's other way around, which is okay, which is totally fine, I guess, because we have to fix that one as well. How? First of all, our wheels are off ground a little bit, so I'm gonna select. You either change the wheel size or you select your gears and come here and change the wheel radius. I would like to see a 28 radius. No, I'm sorry, like it should be smaller. It should be like 20. Test again. Amazing. It's almost on the ground, right? Almost there. So I would like to see an 18. That's for that. I'm sure it got it right this time. And then for the gears, I want the gear on the back to have like 70 height. I mean, so this way. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I see what happened. It's not this one. This one should be 100. This one also 100, 100. This one should be 70. The one on the back. Yes. And we need a little bit more of side frictions. Sideway friction. So it's like maybe 30,000. This is much better. Perfect. Actually perfect. Now it's rolling perfectly backwards. The only other problem is, by the way, I remember that there was a thing that I was doing. Not collision here. Oh, we already have the collisions, 2 falls. The one on the back, the wheel on the back is too big. I'm gonna make it smaller because we're gonna make it look more realistic. So I'm gonna make it smaller, and for the visuals, I'm gonna make it. This one is 10. Now I'm gonna bring it down a little bit as well. Oh, that's too much. Maybe like 5. So the wheel will not get higher than this. This is basically the collision point, right? And for this, I'm going to set it to 50. Okay, there we go. This is good. And the wheel is even smaller. So it's not 10. It's actually maybe 6. It was in the ground, right? So it's like maybe 15. And then, by the way, if your controls aren't working, you click on this nothing plane, you search for input. It's on the properties section, by the way. You could scroll down to this action to input, and under input action sections or mapping. If you don't have your mappings right, this air map is always there. So where you can find it, it is that you go to the plugin folder, and then you search for input folder, and there is this mapping, input mapping blueprint. So you bring it in. Also these should be set as well. So I have them all ready made for you over here. You can copy and paste them, like or like drag and drop them. By the way, oh yeah, you saw that. It's behind me over here. It's like plugin folder in the content browser. So yeah, back into our plane. We have the wheel set. If you remember, this wheel was a steering wheel, so we should be able to steer as well. And I noticed that brake is too weak. We have to set the brakes to have more power. So I have to go to gear, probably brake, and then for more power, I'm gonna make it have like the. Or actually, no, the power was enough. Let me think. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make it more powerful. Yeah, why not? We make it more powerful. So half of the brake would be enough to prevent the plane from the ECU, right? It is holding the brakes until it makes sure the plane stops completely. All right, amazing. I think it works. Yeah. Now, notice there is tiny side movements, and that is not because of the lateral friction. Of course, you can have your lateral friction set to enough. You have to make the wheel smaller. Set enough power to completely stop it, but there is a better way to do so. First of all, I'm gonna have this the visuals for this wheel a little bit higher, or sorry, less, And then I'm gonna go to my ECU and I'm gonna enable park assist this time. Now here you can adjust how sensitive the park assist is, how much centimeters per side, or like how much centimeters the entire plane can move before it's locked completely as a park assist. But rest assured that there are multiple thousands of power input, not thousands, there are a lot of power inputs being applied to the airplane. So it's always almost impossible to hold it in place 100%, but this will do the magic. You see, it will completely blocks the airplane from sudden weird movements, and you have a solid airplane on the ground. You can test its suspension. You see what's happening, and then it's suddenly locking itself. Why is it suddenly locking itself? And we're gonna fix that in a second as well, because there is no engine, nothing. I mean, there is engine, it's not set, and it's turned off, so it's parked. So that's why it's called parked. You know, you can, in your blueprints, you can have something that like sets this park assist on and off, depends on a click on a button on a keyboard or something. So there you go. Now let's jump to the engine section, because it's gonna be fun, right? Because we're gonna make the engine work and we're gonna fly. So what we are going to do, the first thing is that I'm gonna go to my ECU. I'm gonna go down until I see something called cruise control. Okay, so in our game we have two types of airplanes, engines, when it comes to the throttle input. The first one is a normal airplane where you can select your throttle input. You can put it to like 20%, 30%, 50%, 100%, no zero. Okay, and use shift control or like some buttons to do so on your controller. And there is another type of airplane, which is of course there are the World War II Mustangs and all, or the helicopters in the game as well. Those engines do the same. So you hold the throttle, it throttles up to 100%. You let it go, it goes back to 50%. Or you hold control, it goes back to 0. You let it go, it goes back to 50% again. Or and the 50% means engine idle throttle. So when you let go of the gas pedal, does it does it drop back to the idle throttle, or no? Does it hold the throttle at that thing? So in airplanes, I noticed that in airplane games, it's like they hold the throttle. So you select your throttle and you let go of the throttle handle, and it keeps it, but not like a car, or yeah, so, or not like a helicopter. In games, I'm talking about, it's not a simulation, right? In games, when you let go, but when in real life cars are like that, when you let go of throttle, it goes back to idle. So if cruise control is on, it will lock the throttle to whatever you let it go of. But if you turn it off, it's like a helicopter, it's like a car, it's like those airplanes in the game where you hold it, it goes fast, let it go, it goes slow. So I'm gonna have it on for this one. You can test both of them. Hit compile, save, and go to our motor. Where is the engine? Where's the motor part? If you didn't add it, make sure you add it. So for the motor, we need a static mesh as well, like a spinner, right? By the way, but before that, maybe your motor doesn't have a spinner. Maybe it's a jet engine. So you select your motor. The first thing you see under properties section, as always, you see a motor mode called propeller right now. I can set it to whatever else I have: turbojet, turbofans, duct fans, or a rocket. So the rocket has no spinners or anything. Or rotorcraft heli is for helicopters, of course. It has a different functionality. I would like to have it set to propellers because I'm gonna have propellers here, and I'm gonna add a static mesh just like the other ones, just like the gears, under my motor, and I'm gonna call it spin. So notice the word spin should be there, actually must be there, otherwise the motor will not detect the spinners and it will not rotate it. Okay, so I'm gonna have like 2 spins. I'm gonna click on them, and I'm going to go to my plugins. I can show you here. Oh yeah. So you go here to the plugin folder, you go to general models, and then you'll see a spinner here. It's nothing, it's just a black cube that you can that you can have as your spinner. It's this one. I'm gonna bring it and paste it inside of my spinners. And of course, we hit this button, make sure this XYZ is 0. You can select the places, but yeah, anyways. For the spinners, I'm gonna make it smaller. I'm gonna make it like that. Yeah, this seems okay. I would like to see it maybe like that. Maybe a little more. Yeah. And for the second one, I would like to see it rotated 90 degrees. I mean, it's good. I feel like there are two. Yeah, no, not that one. Not this one. This blue one. Yeah, this looks nice. This looks nice. I'm gonna bring it forward a little bit. And I'm gonna probably add another one. Okay. And for this one, I'm gonna keep it like that. Yeah. Yeah, how about that? How about that? Is it good? And I'm gonna bring these two. Doesn't matter. Static meshes, you can move them as you wish to anywhere you like. Okay, so I'm gonna bring them forward a bit. You can have them right one over there. And then of course, if you have multiple engines, each one can look different. And then, or I can have my engine over here, but the spinners over there, okay, and a copy of them over here, so it feels like I have two engines, but we actually have one in the front. It's also possible. Okay, I don't want to do that just now. We're gonna have a real one over here. We're gonna make this smaller for it to look nice, and then this 5 forward. I like it. I like it. Compose save. The first thing I'm gonna do is to test if the motor is running. By the way, just like the other things in the game, you press T to turn the motor on. It works. You press T to turn it off. If it doesn't work, go check your input in the nothing plane, by the way. So, I also noticed that they're too big. I'm gonna smallen them. Oh, shit. It's an Unreal bug every time it... Okay. Yeah. Maybe this is good. Yeah. Now, I click on my motor. Okay. This is another thing that you can work on. You click on your motor, and again under properties, it's self-documented. You have ton of properties that you can adjust to achieve a motor that is appealing for you. You can read them go by one, but like we will go through a bunch of them. The most important of one of them, probably all of them, but yeah, most of them you don't need to change motor per motor. The most important part is this power N. I would like to see it. It should be a huge number, like 300,000. And for the drag is for drag. What's drag? Drag. If you don't have drag, then you will accelerate almost forever. And your airplane will just keep accelerating and accelerating. And for this part, I would like to do one thing, because because there are so much going on here, I would like to see something on my Cessna. So I go to my Cessna, or I can actually open the Cessna blueprint, right? We go to, again, we go to the vehicles folder, and then we go to Cessna. I just open it right like that. Why not? Because it's better. I'm gonna check out the motor for this one, because there are many things that we already adjust here that I don't need to double do. First of all, I'm gonna see the mass of the Cessna. It's 800. It's so close to what we are making. So what I'm gonna do is to find its motor. I lost it. I lost it. Where is it? Where's the... It's over here. Okay. This Cessna has like 100,000 of power and 500 linear drag. If you don't have drag, your plane is gonna basically is never going to stop. You know, whenever it accelerates forever. There is nothing to slow down. It's basically like air friction to your to your airplane. Okay, so this is the air friction of your airplane. When you let go of the throttle, what happens? When your plane is moving 200 kilometers per hour, does it keep moving up to 2000 kilometers per hour? No, it can't, because something is preventing it. Either it's the weight, either it's the wind power, either it's the the size of the propellers or the spinners. So how you determine that? That's the drag in our game, okay, in our plugin. So it's like 100,000 and 500 drag can be an optimal. 100,000. I would like to see our plane a little bit more powerful, huh? What do you say? Maybe 120,000, and like this one was 500. Okay, I'm gonna keep it at 500 as well. You can adjust these two and see how the plane works. And there is another thing. I would like to see. So this input throttle response seconds is showing you how fast the throttle. If you go from 0 to 100% of throttle, how fast does the engine keep up to change the power to that? How fast, like the throttle sensitivity. It's imagine of it being like you push the throttle, how fast it takes for the motor to reach the throttle that you want, because motors stall, right? Motors have different powers. It's not like it's instant power. That's electric ones. If you have an electric airplane, put it on 0, so you have instant power adjustment. I would like to see probably a 1 over here. What was for the Cessna? For the Cessna, it was like 50. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna put it to 50. But like for this airplane, for this is a test one. So it will take 50 seconds for the power to if I adjust it from 0 to 1, it takes 50 seconds to have the full power. Why should we do that? I'm gonna have like 50,000 of the power, and I'm gonna have like maybe 5 seconds. Let's see how it works, right? So this response seconds, I already told you, and this is back to idle response second. This is for those times where you don't have the cruise control and the engine should go back, should drop to idle. Okay, how fast does it drop? Does it slowly drop the power, or is it doing it super fast? You have a helicopter, it's not gonna be 0. It's not gonna be like snappy, like 0, super fast. Of course, we need to have it like we need to have it look realistic. Not just look realistic, feels realistic as well. Anyways, just like that. And this one is showing that if this propeller is actually only for visuals or not, because sometimes you have motors spinning with the throttle and all, but they don't apply power, they don't apply drag, or they don't do anything. So you say, okay, this motor is only for visuals as it spins, but there is no power, or there is no this motor should not have any effect on the plane. So if you have this on, this motor will basically work as a normal motor, but it does not apply any power under any circumstances to your plane. So rest assured that if it's true, it looks just like a real motor. It spins, but it never applies any power, drag, or any problem to your look. Let's say on a helicopter you have one propeller in the back, like a duct fan to hold the yaw problems. For those, we put this visual on. Right now, this one is not a visual one. On the Cessna, I want to see what else I changed. Okay, use power entry. Of course, this is a good thing, by the way. This power entry, sometimes, like in a real airplane, okay, in a real airplane, you hold the throttle, or even cars, you hold the throttle up to a certain amount, and the plane doesn't move, or at least it feels like it's not moving, because the plane is too heavy. It's like you're pushing something with a lot of power, but it's not moving. What's the minimum power it takes to move your vehicle? It's this one. It's over here. Right now, I don't care. I just want my vehicle to move, because people who are playing games, they don't expect simulation level controls. They expect it to work. Okay, why am I holding throttle to like 10%, but my plane isn't moving? It's because like that's not enough power to move your plane. It's here. Anyways, I turn it off, And then this is auto start motor. Of course, it's turned on here, but you should have this one start motor on begin play. This is really important. So you should check start motor in begin play if you want the game to start with a turned on engine already. Otherwise, you have to press T on the keyboard. Okay, so yeah, I have it on right now. The game starts with the engine on. What else we changed in the Cessna? There are so much going on that I have to look the Cessna one. Oh, by the way, this is force direction. You can adjust the direction of the force. So is the force direction X? So this way? Yes, it is, because we are pulling. We're not pulling. We are applying energy this way, right? Or this way. Maybe it's a helicopter. So Z is the one, or Y. I don't know why you want that, but it's possible for you in this plugin. But yeah, so we already have that set to X, and we have a speed governor. Oh, one important thing. You should 100% have axle cap and target speed off, okay? Make sure you do that. You only need this governor, okay? So we're gonna do that. We're gonna go down here. We have, not down there, up here maybe. I'm gonna look for it. In the limits section, under your engine, under your motor, you have your target speed and acceleration governor to off, because we don't need them. What do they do? The target speed is like how fast you want your airplane goes. Okay, we no longer use this. You can test it yourself what it does, but I've never. I just made this, put it here. I said, okay, I'm gonna have this as speed, and I'm gonna have my airplane to adjust its power according to depend on this speed. It's a weird but nicely thing that to have, but I usually keep it off. So when I ship it to you, I make sure this is turned off already. The other one is the acceleration cap. It's like, do you want your car, like, even in real life, it's really hard to have an exact acceleration. So I'm accelerating 2 meters per second forever. It's not possible. It's because you're holding throttle or something. It's always dropping or it's always rising, because it says acceleration. If you want to keep acceleration at a certain level and your airplane only accelerates by that much a second, something like that, you can turn this off and you can adjust this number and see what happens. It's really hard for me to have it set to the right number, so I usually have this off. But if you're crazy, you can go ahead and dig into that yourself. What I want to see on is this speed governor. This speed governor is basically, if it's off, your airplane will accelerate forever as much as the drag allows it, okay? So if you have a lot of drag, then your airplane will not go more than a certain power. Maybe you go like 500 kilometers per hour, and then there is enough drag at that point that is covering this max power end, which is 50,000. So you're 50,000 going forward, 50,000 drag applies, and then that's the time where that's the limit of your airplane. Okay, you can find the limit and adjust and only work with the drag and all, and you can turn this speed governor off completely. You don't need that, or you can find that number and put it here. But I would like to have a speed governor. Speed governor is basically saying what's the cap speed, what's the speed cap of your airplane. It's 250 kilometers per hour. It cannot go no more. I set this dead band kilometers per hour to like 50. It basically means that, imagine you're on an airplane and then you're going nose down. How much faster the airplane have the capability to go? It's like 50. Yeah, it's 50. Maybe it's 70. 70, because we are capping the speed. Then we're not gonna take away that immersion of the airplane, how fast it goes or how fast the speed drops or rises from the speed cap. By the way, I would like to see my airplane to go 350 kilometers with a 70 kilometers per hour speed deadband. Okay. And that is our limit. So basically this is not a hard limit. This one is a hard limit. So it's this one will never let go. If you have hard limit on, then you select like 250 kilometers per hour. Over 250 kilometers per hour, it will apply 6,000 of drag automatically. So this is another thing that you can adjust yourself. We don't care about it. We don't want it. Doesn't feel right for this plane. So I have it off, and this is the only thing we need. That's it. I'm gonna see on my Cessna what else we changed for the motor. Oh yeah. So the friction and all, we will get back to this in a second. This is a really fun part, by the way. For now, I'm gonna try my airplane and see how it works. Does it move? No, by the way, we don't have our wings set up right just yet. And suspension is in the back. What happened to it? It's going inside the ground. Do you know why? I'm gonna see why that's happening. So gear. Oh no. Suspension. It's like 50. Probably this is not enough. Yeah, 50 from here. I'm gonna set it to 60, and I'm gonna bring it up a little bit. So yeah, I don't want it like that. Yeah, this is good. This is good because it was acting weird, right? Yeah, this is better. Now we're gonna test the engine. I'm gonna hold shift, throttle to 70. Oh, it's working, and I'm holding E and Q. The airplane is okay. I see that our gear, when I'm gonna go right and left, it's doing weird stuff. It's spinning around itself. Let's fix that. So I'm gonna click on my gear, and I'm gonna invert the input for the gear. How can I do that? You go to steer section, okay. Invert steer. You can also select what's the degree of the steer that you want. Okay, max steer. Visually, I want it to visually feel like 35 degrees, but actually move like 30 degrees to the right and left. I don't know. Yeah, this is much better. And now my airplane is spinning around itself because we don't have anything else set up. The wings are working weird, but the engine is trying to push forward. Now we need to set our wings as well for the airplane to actually work. These are the last things that we need to do. We already positioned our wings, right? Now we have to tell which side, which wing is which. This one is the on the front left. So on the wings, we have properties as well, just like the other ones, just like the other components. So in the wing, I have a type. This one is a horizontal wing, of course, and the role is main because it's on the main wing. And for the third one, it says the side. It's on the left side. Yep, that easy. And for the next one, which is this one, yeah, for the next one, which is, I don't know, for some reason it's moving my stuff around. The other wing, this one is on the right, again, horizontal, main, right side. And this one is not, actually this one is not main, it's the horizontal tail. This one is horizontal tail. For the horizontal tail, we have it to the right, and for the other one, this is also horizontal tail and on the left side. And there is one last one, which is vertical tail, and it's right in the middle. It's not horizontal anymore. It's actually vertical. So make sure you do that. Make sure you do that. Make sure you do that. These two. I'm gonna hit save, and I'm not going to touch anything and try it again. I'm gonna hold the throttle. You see, it's not spinning anymore. It's going forward, absolutely forward. But engine power is not enough. I see that the engine power is not enough. So I would like to have my airplane, not this Cessna. I want to make my airplane look that way. By the way, if I don't touch anything and I bring my airplane in the air and I just let it go, look what happens. The wings are catching. See? The wings work out of the box. I'm gonna hold brakes here using space, and I'm gonna move using the engine and try to. Okay. I wanna see if we can go for. It's still spinning around, which makes us come to the next point of our thing. Of course, for this one also, I will check out our Cessna. I'm gonna go to here, our Cessna, and I'm gonna select one of the front main wings. This is what you can do as well for anything that you're making. You can come and have a look at the examples that we have, and try to replicate the examples I created. So you click on the right wing, and I'm gonna go to the properties on the right side and see what happens here. Of course, it's the right one. Oh yeah. Every time I forget, I have to look at these again. So in our airplane on the right wing, which one is the right one? It's here. Okay. This one, under the lift section in properties, again, you have a lot of properties that you can adjust. Under the lift, you have something like force at max speed. This is how much lift force actually you have whenever your plane is going 20 kilometers, for example, per hour. I'm gonna set it like yes, 150 kilometers, maybe 150 kilometers per hour. I would like to see 5,000 of max force, and this is force at min speed. It means like minimum 0. There is no force. Of course, there is no force at the 0 kilometers per hour, right? But but maximum speed, which is 150 kilometers per hour here, I can select it at, this is not max speed, this is max speed for the lift. So at 150 kilometers per hour, wings are working at full power. Okay, wind is catched, and the amount of force being applied is 5,000, and this wing does not have the capability to produce more lift power than this, which is okay. I'm gonna see how much was it for my Cessna, because I don't want to do I don't want to try and error a lot. I'm gonna bring this number here. I'm gonna make it a little bit like I'm gonna make it at 100 kilometers per hour. I wanna have it less power, maybe like 6,000, because this is 100 kilograms less powerful than the Cessna, right? I'm gonna save that. What else we need to change? We go down here, and there we have flap force. This is fun part. I'm gonna keep the flap forces for later on, because we need to work on it a lot. We're gonna get back here, and for the rest of the things, we don't need to adjust much, right? Except the friction, the yaw. We're gonna get back here in a second. For the flaps is what we do after this. So I'm going to have exactly same number for the other wing as well. So this is like at 100 kilometers per hour, we have 60k, 600k of lift force. So I'm gonna go to the wing on the left. I'm gonna say this much at 100 kilometers per hour. Indeed, this is the only thing we change. Notice that only lifting from the front wings is not enough. You need lift from the back wings as well. Otherwise, your plane will look like it's flipping. Because there is force from the front, there is no force from the back. It's just like real life. So in your game, if you want to destroy one of these wings, it will work exactly as it should. It's spinning the airplane. Or actually, we're going to test that right now, if it's possible. I think our motor is too weak right now. I don't know. I want to bring it down. I don't want to wait for the plane to just likely reach the ground. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Okay, we have enough lift force, but there is no lifting power on the back wings, or at least it's too weak. So the plane is being flipped. So what I'm gonna do is to select my back wings. I'm gonna select both of them at the same time, and I'm gonna say at 100 kilometers per hour. I'm gonna, how much was it for Cessna? Let's do it again. So for Cessna, it's like 150,000 of power. I don't want to experiment again. So you just adjust this power to see for your airplane how much you need. I would say less. I need less. So I'm gonna say this much force on the back wings. Let's see how it works. We have to adjust it so much until the airplane is okay. It's much better. It's much better, but I would like to see less power on the front wings. 1 and wing 0. Wait, where is the other wing? Okay, this one. So this one, I would like to see this much power. at 100 kilometers per hour. Let's see. I want to adjust it so much until I see it very, very nicely done. Okay. We need 30,000 lift force, and for the rear ones, I believe that's too much even for the rear ones. Why do I change it? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna divide it by 2. Let's see what happens. Perfect. I like what I'm seeing. Okay, now one more thing: the rudder. We're gonna get we're gonna go to the rudder right now. The vertical tail. Which one was it? It's this one. Okay, I noticed that it's lift is enabled on this one. There should be no lift for this one, of course, but it's already like it's already a vertical tail in the middle, so it will not apply a lift automatically by itself at all. Okay, so what I would like to see for this one is more lateral friction, but for now I'm gonna test it. I set the we're gonna see if it works. So that was not the issue. Something else is making our plane to spin around itself. And that is that we come up to another point, which is because it's a physics space, right? So we see a lot of weird power shit going on. You could either have lateral friction on your plane, on your vertical tail, or each and every wings, or you can do it in motor. I would like to do it in motor because I already set the friction for the lateral power, something nice for this kind of plane. So we go to our motor, we go down until we see an area called the stability section. I'm gonna see how I did it for the Cessna, by the way. I'm gonna go to the motor. Where is the motor for Cessna? This part. Yeah, exactly this part. So there is no stabilization and there is friction by a lot. So we're gonna do that in our project. No stabilization. Okay, of course there is none. This stabilization works for rotorcraft helicopters, engine types. Not this one though. I'll go down here. Probably not yaw stability. Oh, it's already off. Okay. We have something to do with friction and yaw stability. This should be on. I thought for the helicopters this one enable upright stabilization. So on the Cessna, what did I do? Require no input for friction, global air friction enabled, and 120 friction newton per seconds. Newton per meter per second, something like that. All right, let's do it. It requires no input for friction. So the motor applies a kind of friction, and that friction is this. This friction can be side friction, can be front friction. It's basically the motor drag against any side movements. This is basically replicating the entire airplane's drag whilst the motor is pulling it forward. Okay, the same things are there for the wings as well, but I usually keep them turned off or a very low number so it doesn't feel weird. So I have it only on this motor set to a really nice high number. So requires no input. So but whenever you are holding throttle, okay, we are not applying any type of friction, but if you are holding any button, throttle, or anything, we do not apply friction. Yeah, so whenever we're holding a button, an input, we're applying an input, there should be no friction applied at that second, at that moment, because we want our plane to do what we want it to do before it can accept friction again. But yeah, we have it on here. This is actually great for the times that you let go of the throttle in the mid-air and you want your airplane to kind of slowly stop, because it shouldn't go forever, right? It should be like real life. There should be like, yes, of course, we have drag up here. Where is it, the drag? This drag is only applied to the other direction of the engine's working. You know, engine is pulling forward, what's pulling backward, because we are going to damp the speed and all. It's kind of like air friction drag from the front. But when it comes to this one, this is actually any friction to any side. You know, when you let go of everything, what happens to your airplane? It kind of slows down a little bit. So I have it on the Cessna. We have it on a really big number. No, it's not. Look, 120. Yes. That's actually 121. It's good. I'm gonna keep it at this, whatever it is, the 200 air friction and per second. It's like we have it on a low number, because this is for a really heavy aircraft, by the way. I'm gonna have it to a really low number as well, like 50. A mean global air friction is like maybe 20. Okay, we're getting there, right? So 50 and 10, something like that. And for the yaw stabilization, I have it on a really bigger number. So it's like yaw stability base damping 5, and then we have for the air, this helicopter doesn't, we don't care about that. We don't care about this because this is not a helicopter, rotorcraft, right? The engine, it's this one. So we set it higher for the Cessna. I'm gonna set it higher for this one as well and see what happens. We have to do the same thing for the wings, probably the rudder as well. But right now, still my airplane is gonna go to the sides a little bit, but much less. You see what happened? Because we have more yaw stability. So whenever the engine is pulling forward strongly, okay, it doesn't like turn like that, because it's pulling forward. It's kind of like stabilizing the yaw of the airplane towards where it's moving. So it's like the engine in the front dragging everything. If something is like sideways, it tries to damping with this number, which is a really good number, magic number. I told you, it's a fun thing to do, and it seems like I found that like 500 or probably like 5 million is the magic number for the Cessna, for like 800 kilograms of an airplane. It seems like it's working. Okay, we have it there. By the way, you can also adjust it on your wings as well. I would like to have it on my rudder, on the vertical rudder tail wing. So you have friction, lateral friction over here. This or this yaw auto yaw return. It's not the one. It's this one. Friction for the lateral friction for the rudder, because in real life, in a simulation level, rudder is the stabilizer for such a problem. Okay, you can adjust it in the rudder, or you can do it in the motor. In our project, I have it on every plane on a really low number, okay? And this makes it feel realistic, and the engine is doing it more. That's how I found it. But you can also make this one 5 million and the other one less, or both at the same number, and then you're gonna end up with a lot of friction or side power, okay? This should work. This should work. I'm not going to change this, by the way. The next thing that we are going to do, I'm going to test my airplane once more. Okay. I'm going to hold shift. I'm going to see it moving. It's working perfectly. The next thing I would like to do is to add our flaps. So flaps will help the airplane to roll left or right, to pitch up and down, or to change its yaw, the yaw movement of itself in the air, mid-air, let's say. How we do that? Of course, we need a bunch of flap 3D models for this one as well, which I got you covered again. Over here, again, you can see in the plugin folder, you can find a folder called General Models. When you click on that, again, I've placed something for you called flaps. You can select any flap color that you want. For this plane, I would go for for a yellow one, I bring it other. You notice that I didn't add a static mesh this time and change this static mesh property to what I have. I'm just gonna drag and drop my flap inside my wing. This is equivalent to adding a static mesh component and just changing its, oh, it's under motor. I'm gonna add it under wing number 1, and I'm gonna set the location to 0. It's a relative location, right? And then we're gonna copy and paste it multiple times and put it on every wing. And I'm going to also make the names. So first one is, this one is the first one. There should be one without a name as well. It's weird. So one without a name, one is number 1, one is number 2. I'm gonna have it exactly same naming as my wings. Number 3, number 4, and 5. Let's go. Flap 1 under wing 1, flap 2 under wing 2. Oh, it's so annoying. It's relocating my stuff, my components. Flap 3 under wing 3. Where is the wing 3? Where is the wing 3? Okay, and flap 4 under the wing 4. Do we have wing number 5? We don't, so we delete this one. And I'm gonna search for flaps, so I see all the flaps at the same time. Select them all 5 of them, and I'm gonna click this, so they're at their right spot. And now I'm gonna adjust their size and everything. You can have your nice 3D model for these flaps, but this is what we have right now. I think this big. I'm doing it for all of them at the same time. I don't like to do that, so I'm gonna do them one by one probably. So flap 2 and 3. Okay, flap 2. I would like to have it, not degrees. I would like to have it 10 units to the left. This one 10 units to the right. Doesn't matter where you place these flaps, by the way. They don't apply any type of physics problem. Like they don't add mass, they don't add weight to your plane, nothing. So this one is gonna be rotated, by the way, like 90 degrees, and then I'm gonna bring it down a little bit, like this much. This much is good. And they are too thick. I'm gonna, okay, these two, like that. This is an experimental vehicle, by the way. It's okay though to have it like that. And for my wings, for my flap, for the first flaps, I'm gonna bring them, you know. So we're not changing the wing locations. I'm just setting the flaps location, the static meshes. Okay, compile, save. There we go. We have the flaps. Since the flaps have, since these static meshes have the name flap in their naming, the wing will automatically detect this as a flap and tries to move it. Okay, I'm gonna compile, save, and I'm gonna go in the game, play, and see if it works. It should magically work somehow. It works out the box. You see what's happening. It's moving the flaps, but the problem is it moving the flaps in a weird way, you know. So the hinge of the flaps is right in the middle, which I don't like. Okay, and the rudder, you see how the rudder works like a charm. Okay, and then you see how all of them work, but the problem is we have to adjust them a little bit more. So first of all, these are too thick, the front ones. I want to have it this way, and then we have to adjust the hinge. So I select the 2 wings that I have the front flaps on, and for each wing I'm gonna set the flap force direction. No, there is something called visual section under properties. I find that, where is it? Oh yeah, it's right here. It's not under visuals. So flap hinge location. So I want their X to be like 50 forward. So it's like their hinge location. So this right now the hinge is right in the middle, right? So I would say like 50 to the front, 50x in the X side. So we're gonna rotate the flaps from this area. Maybe 50 is it 50? Yeah, 50 is great, but I would like to see even more. So probably 50 can be like maybe 60. Let's try. Oh yeah, you see how much better they look? And my suspension is like, is going crazy. We're gonna fix that as well. Yeah, these flaps are okay. The ones on the back, they have to, see, they have their hinge in at 0, 0. So we're gonna fix those too. Select them. Put them like that. I'm gonna select these two. You can adjust them one by one. You don't have to be like me to do both at the same time. But like, since they're both right in the same X as each other, like same X of each other, they're right in the same spot but mirrored. So for this one, I'm also saying like 60. And for the rudder, my rudder is too thick too. For the rudder, I'm gonna set it to 60 as well. So flap hinge 60 to X size. Now, if you have your rudder or your any of your flaps doing weird shit, like they're rotating to the wrong direction, you can always, to the wing that is hosting that flap static mesh, you can always go there and change the axis of flap. For example, for the rudder, I'm gonna say rotate it in the x-axis. Look what happens now. And I'm gonna try to E and Q with my, okay, in the x-axis. You see what's happening? The x-axis of the flap, that is being changed. You see what's happening? So if that's something that you might want, okay, you can do that. So don't worry about the rotation of your, don't worry about the rotation of your static mesh. The rotation of the wing itself matters a lot because that's where the power, lifting power is. But for the flap, it doesn't, because you can always set it here, which is which is already at Y. Okay, you can set it to X, anything you want. So this is visually performing. Also, I don't like -15. I like all my wings to have more feedback on flaps input. So I'm gonna set the -15 to minus maybe 35 and 35 degrees of movement. So that way I can actually, the player can actually feel the flaps move. You see what's happening now? Now we have a lot of flap movement. Okay, a lot of flap movement. And for the rudder, the hinge for the rudder has a little bit of issue, it seems, but it also feels natural. I like it. Though I wouldn't want to see that happening, so I'm gonna have it to 40 for the hinge, because the rudder seems smaller than the other ones. Feels absolutely perfect hinged in place. And you see how flaps move to the right, but the wheel moves to the left. I mean, because we inverted it, right? We inverted the wheel's rotation. But that's also something that you can change. You can go ahead and invert the input force for them or something. That's on you. But this is working well right now. I like it. I do like to see the front suspension a little bit stiffer. So I'm gonna select the first two suspension that I have on the front. I would like to see them to have more damping. Amazing. It's not bouncy anymore, as bouncy, of course, but the one in the back is bouncy, by the way. I like it this way. So now I want to see if the flaps work. It doesn't, because it doesn't have enough power, because we didn't set anything for the flaps. Okay, what I'm gonna do is to select the first the front two flaps, because they're identical. If in your game, if one flap is not identical than the other one, then you can go ahead and do each one separately. For example, if your mesh is a weird where the right side of your static mesh is different from the left side, it's not balanced, but you want the right wing to have more power, lifting power, force power, you can do that. But for this model, it's the same. So we're gonna have the first two selected, the horizontal main ones. Of course, one is on the left side, the other one is on the right side. Selected. I want to go to the fun part, which is these flaps place. And there you have something called flap force, and you have something called flap force max speed. This basically means at which speed flaps applies maximum power. Okay, applies maximum power to that wing. Okay, to that wing spot. Right now we have both set to the right location, and the maximum power that's being applied in that location is like 5,000. Oh, sorry, not that place. It's like 3,000. Whenever I reach 200 kilometers per hour, I don't want that happen. This is a very lightweight aircraft. It's like 700 kg. It's lighter than Cessna without someone sitting in it. So it should be much less. So at 100 kilometers per hour, I want to see maximum agility for my flaps. So when I steer, I want to feel its most steering power at that speed. At least 100 kilometers per hour. So this is the max. This is when we reach this 3,000. But 3,000 wasn't enough to rotate the airplane. We're gonna test it out. I'm not gonna look at the Cessna this. I'm gonna add 2 zeros, meaning that I multiply my force power by 100, basically. I don't want plugins folder anymore. Plugins setting. Let's see. So at 100 kilometers per hour, I can see that with the power. Okay, I can. Works like a charm. I don't even need to change anything. Of course, elevators in the back. Those flaps in the back are called elevator by the elevators in an airplane. So those are not working because we didn't adjust their power. But in the front, they're working. We magically found it, and I noticed that flaps are inverted. It almost feels like it should. I hold right, but it goes left. I hold left, it goes right. So how can I do that? You have something in your wings, both of the wings that I selected. We have something called invert input. You can also select invert. You can also select invert flap force. It's on you. You want the force to be negative, or you want the input to be negative. They both have the same functionality, but I was stupid enough to add them both. I don't know why you want to use them, but one is enough. So I'm gonna invert flap force. I'm gonna see if this time it feels right. Feels great. It feels great, and it works great. It works exactly the same way I want. But I'm gonna tell you exactly why we have flap input and flap force separated, because right now, the right flap moved up, like rotates up, the left one rotates down the moment you want to go right. Okay, but if you want it to be flipped but still you go right, you have to have flap force applied. So you play with these two numbers until you reach the thing you want. I'm gonna try it right now. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try it. So right now I'm okay. Sorry. So I want to have. When I go right, I want my flaps. Okay, let's see what happens. It's even weird for me to say. Yeah. You see what's happening? Didik. And I'm gonna turn it on. It's just a visual effect, as much as I know it. And I'm gonna turn it on. So yeah, it's flipped now. It's kind of, yeah. So you see, when I go right flap and left flap. When you have one of these on and off, they just flip direction, and you can have exactly what you want. Okay, or I have a better option for you. You don't want any of these you don't want to mess with any of these, except I inverted the flap inputs because it feels right now. You can flap you can swap the direction of the flaps. For example, this one is 35 instead of -5, and this one is -35. And this will also change the rotation of these flaps. I mean, flips it. It flips the flaps. Okay. I wanna set it back to what I had, because that's I feel like this is right. Now let's do it for the elevators as well, because the ones on the back are called elevators, right? In a real airplane. I'm gonna select both of these. What was the okay? I'm gonna multiply these by 200 as well, but I feel like it's too much. This time I want to set it like to 100,000, or is it a million? 100,000. I feel like this will do, right? And since we already have it selected as horizontal tail or something, the ECU will understand it, and it correctly moves them both at the same time. You see what's happening? If I would set them to main ones, they would separately receive inputs. Okay, you see like that? Let's go ahead and see if this works right now. It works, but the force is not enough. Also, the direction is not the one I want. So I can feel it, by the way. I'm gonna set it to set the flap force to be something like more. I'm gonna add another 0 to it, so it means we multiplied it by 10, and I'm gonna invert the flap input as well for the elevators too. Amazing. It's working. It's working. I can steer anywhere I want. Right, left. It's a bit sluggish, but I like it. It feels nice. Okay. Now with the rudder is not working, so we have to adjust the rudder power as well, because like this vertical tail is called rudder, the same way the front ones are called wings, the back ones are called elevators, and this one's called rudder. General knowledge, right? For the rudder, we're gonna have it set to something, flap force. I'm gonna set it. The rudder is a bit different, by the way, because it's constantly fighting with the yaw rotation. So, but right now we have our motor having some yaw stability. If you remember, we had the drag, right? It's working, but it's too much. It's not enough to rotate our airplane exactly the way I want it, but it actually feels real. Okay, so what I would like to see is more engine or motor forward stability or something like that. So I'm gonna go to my motor, and we had something called friction, global friction, yaw stability, something. I feel like it should be more. It should be more. So I multiply it by 2. Yaw stability for the heli, it doesn't even matter what number we put here, because it's not a rotorcraft helicopter. If it was a rotorcraft helicopter, then the second number would kick in. I have them both because I don't know why. So we have them enabled, and the base damping, should I increase it or decrease it? I'm not gonna change it just yet. Let's see. Now I believe we need more rudder force to yeah. We need, because now it feels much heavier, because it's harder to make our plane go sideways. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the rudder. Where is rudder? Ooh, it's here. Yeah, wing number 4. And we're gonna have it have much more power. So I'm gonna say like, maybe like 800,000 flap force. And since it's a rudder, it doesn't have any lift force, of course. Oh yeah, it's working. It's working, but still my airplane has like a lot of side friction, just like in real life. By the way, like flap input is inverted. So I invert the rudder input. And on the other hand, I see like my front wings. Where are my front wings? I'm gonna select them. They have too much lift force. I'm gonna reduce the lift force for them, because right now my plane is being flipped in the air. I have to constantly fight it. It's much better. It's much more stable right now. So yep, I'm gonna check the rudder. Yeah, when I use rudder, the entire airplane is being tilted somehow. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna press G, Yeah, okay. It's not because of the gears. Yeah, we're gonna fix that. We're gonna fix that in a second because it's really hard for our plane to go sideways right now. So what I'm gonna do is to go to motors. I actually feel like this yaw stability thing was too much for it. Remember, we multiplied it by 2. I don't want to do that. We divide it by 5. Okay, and the damping. I even want to divide the damping, like lessen the damping. I'm gonna see what happens. If this doesn't work well, we can always do, because right now it feels like in real life. I don't want real life level simulation right now. Okay, I want to try less yaw friction shit, something like that. And then if it didn't work, I'm gonna show you a magic thing. Okay, it's already working better. You see what's happening? It's trying to go left and right, but we have too much force power on the rudder right now because we already have less yaw friction. So on the rudder, I'm gonna bring it back to like 600,000, and this should feel right. Amazing. And you notice how it takes it a little bit of time to catch on. It takes for the plane. It slides a little bit before it can adjust itself forward completely again. This is actually happening in real life as well. That's why you have rudders, so you can do it. The motor is always trying to push forward, but yeah, so it works. And something that we remembered: if you press G, it will close the gears. It will fold the gears and unfold the gears. And I'm gonna show you a nice thing about it. First of all, the camera feels really bad, so I'm gonna click on my spring arm, which is this one, the third person spring arm. I'm gonna screw up until oh shit. Hold on a second. And yeah, one more thing you can try about this yaw friction and shit like that. If you want to keep your plane straightforward, like you have a fighter jet or something, you go to your motor, you scroll down until you see something called again in the friction part. It's right. Am I in the motor? Yes. It should be. I'll find it in a second. It's this one. Forward stability. If you go in the fighter jet and you have a look at this forward stability, it's on over there, and this one is actually working even better than the yaw stability or the air friction or anything. Like this friction, the first one should always be there. Of course, you need this. Believe me, you need that one. But when it comes to this yaw, you can turn it off. If you want to have forward stability, you can only have this, or you can have them both together. I mean, have a look at how it affects my plane just by turning it on. Okay, it's a good thing to try. Now, if I use E and Q, you see, oh, there is too much power for it. There is too much power for it. So I'm gonna reduce it by like 10. So I remove the 0 from it. Let's try again. Amazing. You see how much forward stability I have? It's actually more stable moving forward. Less drag or yaw thingy. Now if I turn the yaw stability off, okay, it should still work as intended, you know, in a better way, so they don't fight each other. So this is another thing you can have for your airplane. What I would like to have is less power on the flaps for my rudder, because that is too much. I divide it by 2 because now we have a lot of stability and it can maintain its yaw easily. You see, yeah, it's much better. Usually in real life you have much lower yaw stability. So so the rudder is less powerful than this. You can go ahead and adjust this. Either do yaw stability in motor or in the rudder itself. Both have the option to do. It's called yaw friction or lateral friction, yaw stability. You have them both in the wing for the rudder or in the motor. I would like to do it in the motor. So now that we have that, I can even reduce the flap force for this rudder even less than that. Yeah, I like it much better this time. See, it feels so good. Alright, anyways, I see my camera has a problem right now. If you can see, the camera is behind. It has some sort of lag, right? You go back to your plane, you click on third person camera. There is a first person one and a third person one. This one is a third person. And then I search for lag over here. I just turned the camera lag off. Rotation lag, you can keep it. It's okay. It can be there. But if I turn it off, yes, we don't have lag, but you see how much better it is? The camera can move around easily. Yeah. But the thing is now, what if you want lag, but without those problems? Actually, I got you covered. You go to nothing plane over here, or class defaults basically. You scroll down until you see a section inside the properties. There is somewhere called camera, and it has enable speed-based camera lag. You can check this on. Also, you can turn off the first person view. So whenever you press C on your keyboard, or the button on the coexisting button for this camera changing system on the controller, then it will change the camera to first person or not. That's it. Or you can turn it off. Anyways, we're gonna have it here. I'm gonna enable camera enable speed-based camera lag. Once you do that, you select your minimum speed. So currently, the spring arm stays as what it is, the length of it, and yeah, at the minimum speed and the maximum speed, it's gonna change the how far the camera is from the center. So this camera guy over here. So at the minimum speed, it maintains whatever distance it already has right now. But the closer it gets to the maximum speed, sorry, the length will increase by this much. That's it. So I'm gonna have it like, yeah, 500 more, and then the spring arm itself, it has a camera length of, if you have a look, it has 700 in, it is 700 in length, and as we get closer to so yeah, it will start from 40 sorry, what is that? Yeah, from 40 kilometers per hour, the camera sorry, the camera will start increasing the distance, and at the 250 kilometers per hour, it's max. I'm gonna set it to 350 and 500. Let's check. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you see how much lag we have? And I'm gonna go slower. The camera is moving forward a little bit. And yeah, I like it. I like it. This looks good. Now, there is another thing. You can press G to basically fold the gears. As you can see, I can fold them or I can unfold them, right? This is a very nice functionality that you can adjust for any kind of plane that you have. First of all, you select the gears that you want. I'm going to select all of them. And then under properties, there is something called, we already changed those. We already did many of these, steering and all. There is something called fold. There is a section. And in the fold section, you can disable folding completely. So whenever you have this checked, then the gears will not fold. You can go ahead and find out about all of these yourself. Okay. But what we need to do here is that you see this, where is it? Folded desires means that if you want to, at the beginning of the game, is it folded or unfolded? So at the beginning of the game, if it's unfolded or folded, you can adjust it here. And then folded rotation, this is the cool part. I'm gonna have it from the x-axis, for example, 90 degrees, okay? And then I'm gonna have it fold in 3 seconds, okay? First, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go to the next parts, okay? Let's see how it folds now. Oh my god. Wait a second. Yeah. When I hit fold, oh, you see what's happening? It's it's rotating them by 90 degrees. I like in the x-axis. I don't want that to happen. Actually, not in the x-axis, both x and y-axis. So for the y-axis, I'm gonna remove it, and I'm gonna see how it folds right now. Oh my god, you see how awesome it is? Okay, so yeah, you can go ahead and adjust your airplane gears to fold any way they want. I want the right one, actually the left one, to rotate minus 90 degrees, and the one in the back, which is this one, to rotate 90 degrees in the y, or do not rotate at all. Okay, this way we will have a very nice, cool, amazing effect that you may like. You see what happens here? It's kind of like these old aircraft gears. Okay, and now there is another system. So in real life, whenever the gears are down, are unfolded, there is a kind of drag, right? So when the gears are unfolded, kind of like GTA game, for example, you see this, it will catch more wind and it will drag your plane down. You can set it up here. Okay, so do you want drag forward or do you want drag down? Okay, I would like to have like 50,000 of power drag down, and drag will start. This drag power will only start if I'm going at least maybe 100 kilometers per hour, and drag max speed kilometers per hour. It's gonna like, so this 100 to 200 from in 100 kilometers per hour, drag is 0, and on 200 kilometers per hour, drag is like this 50,000. Actually, I want to say from, let's say from 20 kilometers, under 20 kilometers per hour, we have 0 drag, or like maybe 50, 0 drag. And from 50 to 200, this number is gonna change from 0 to this 50,000, right? So I'm gonna have it compiled, save, and yeah. And drag down axis, you can select which axis, depend on the airplane forward, of course. Which axis is gonna be dragged, is the drag is going to be applied to. Well, drag down is gonna be like walled up, means that world rotation down. But if you have it to Z up, means that depend on the position of the airplane, it will drag it down underneath it. Okay, I would like to have it on world Z because I always want it to be dragged down no matter how much tilted my airplane is. Let's test it out. I don't know, I'm not sure if 50,000 is enough to drag down this airplane. It has absolutely no effect on it whatsoever right now. So I'm gonna make it maybe like 100 times more. Let's see. Oh. That was a lot of drag. Okay, you see that what's the problem? We're only applying drag on the on the gear in the back, so it's dragging the tail of my airplane down. So we're gonna do the same thing for the other ones as well. So drag down for all of them is this much, and then drag start is 50, and it goes up to 150 probably, and that is gonna be our drag. Oh my god, that's a lot of drag. My airplane is like glued to the ground. Holy shit, I can't go up at all. Oh my god. Oh, all right. Or 10 times less. So basically, you can glue the airplane to the floor. Okay, I can clearly see it's being dragged down, but it's only a little bit. I'm gonna multiply it by maybe like three times more. I'm gonna see what happens now. And I would like to have like, oh yeah, it's still glued. Too much drag down. I'm gonna have it divide by 2, this one. And I'm gonna have a drag forward as well by the same amount. because I want the airplane to be slowed down as well. Because if it's too fast, yeah. Now it's having a really hard time to go up because something's dragging me down. You see what's happening here? I can even make it more powerful. I mean, it's possible. You see, no matter what I do, it's being dragged down a little bit. But like, we need more power. Maybe like this much. Let's see. Yeah, so drag forward is also dragging my airplane back. It doesn't even let me go faster than a certain kilometers per hour. You see that? I'm barely going 150 kilometers per hour, and I'm being dragged down somehow. I can't go up. When I'm trying to go up, I'm slowed down by a lot. Anyways, that was the other fun thing you could adjust. Let's try out the C button here. This is the first person view, which is really nice. Okay, now we can get crazy with this, and then we can go in our ECU and we can change the cruise control to something like nothing. Okay, so I'm sorry, we set it to false. We uncheck it. Right now the motor is also is idling at nothing. It's basically going forward by itself. Oh, it's throttling at 50% automatically. And when I hold shift, it will... By the way, if I unfold gears, the drag will fade away. You see that? You see what happening? If the gears are fold, I'm falling. If I unfold the gears, I can go forward easily. Alright. So, what I was going to show you, what I was about to show you, was that right now, if I go to ECU and uncheck the cruise control, this will happen. It will automatically cruise at 50% of the throttle, and if I hold shift, it will go up to 100%. I'm gonna unfold my gears, and when I let go, it will go back to 50%. You see that? That's how the Mustang airplane and the World War airplanes that we have in this plugin work. Okay. And that's like so many games work like that. Or I can hold control for the throttle to drop to 0. So you can go ahead and try those as well. What else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back to my camera. Okay, and this camera, like, I want to have it more dramatic. So like 700, and from 40 to 200 kilometers per hour, it's gonna change by a lot. Maybe like 300, not 200. What was the max speed of our airplane, by the way? So in the motor, whilst we are here, I'm gonna check it out. So we can go to motor, and there is a section called where is it? There's a section called under motor power response behavior. Not percent power, this limit section. So it's like 350 kilometers per hour is the max speed. I have too much drag, by the way, for the gears, but it's fine. Unfolding. I'm gonna see what's the max speed I can reach. We're going 270 kilometers per hour, which is nice. If I slow down or let go of the throttle, it's gonna cruise at around 230, and when I hold shift, it is going up to 280. It needs a little bit of more power to it. Okay, so I'm gonna set my camera, the camera max speed to 350. Okay, and I'm gonna go to my motor, and I'm gonna give it a tad bit more power. Probably I make it like 70,000, the power N. This time it should be able to reach the max. Oh, I unfolded the gears too fast. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay, so we should be able to reach, oh, it's reaching like 315 kilometers per hour, which is great. And when I let go of the throttle, it will cruise around 300 kilometers per hour. Now, how can we adjust that? It's a very funny thing to do. It's a very nice thing to do. You can go ahead in your cruise control. Where is it? Right here, you can adjust the throttle fall, throttle rise. I mean, how fast it goes from 50% to 100%, 50% to 0, and all that. And there's another thing that we have: use per motor idle throttle, and then idle throttle for our current motor is it should be 0, I assume. Yeah, it is a 0. I can have it idle at a different number, by the way, if you want to. Now, this is not usable here, this idle throttle. It's mostly used for either cruise control on or helicopters, which we'll get to in a second. So I'm gonna turn on the idle throttle, the cruise controls in our ECU, and I'm gonna show you something crazy. Cruise control on. You go back to motor. And here, I'm going to change the idle throttle to something other than what there is. On ground idle throttle, these are for helicopters. Yeah, this back to idle throttle response is how fast it drops back to idle. And I'm going to have it, where is it? Idle throttle. If I have it like 0.2, if you look at it, and cruise control on, of course, even on a 0 throttle, it's throttling like 20%. Okay, it's not visible. It's not visible, but it's 20%. I cannot stop. It's going because it's idling at 0.2. Right? Where is the idler? 0.2. I don't want it just yet. This is gonna be useful for helicopters. But before we do that, there is a nice thing to know. Okay, if I go scroll down to a section called visual, as I told you, if this visual only is on, okay, and I show you, I can throttle as much as I want, or I can like throttle down. You see, I can turn the motor off, on. I can throttle up. It's rotating faster. Okay. See, and on a throttle 0, it rotates slower. Let's say you want a slower motor idle spinning thing, or idle sound maybe. You go scroll down in the motor until you see a section called visuals. Here, visuals. So at the idle throttle, which is right now 0, okay, okay, max RPM. Whenever you're throttling to 100%, how many times a second it's spinning? It's 3,000 right now. I'm gonna set it, like 3,000 is okay. I'm gonna keep it like that. Maybe I set it to 2,000, so a little bit less. RPM follow speed, how fast the RPM follows the throttle. I'll tell you what happened there. If I set it to 2, you'll see what happens. And visual multiplier is how much faster than your throttle the motor is gonna spin for the looks. You see, I'm gonna have it throttle less. By the way, this idle throttle visual is whenever you let go of whenever your motor is, right now it's idling at 0. So at 0 throttle, it has 0.08. Okay, so basically 8% of max power is gonna be used for motors rotating. So just like real life, you turn on the engines, it spins at a really slow power, slow sleep. So I'm gonna say 0.02 is gonna be it. It's like a really slow number. If you can see, at 0 throttle, it's rotating is really slow. And if I throttle up, it will rotate up to 2,000 RPM. Yeah? Why it doesn't move? Because we have our motor set to visuals only. I'm gonna turn it off. No need for visuals only. It can move. So yeah, it's not visual only anymore. Okay, I turn it off. I go back down until I see our visuals in the motor 2000 RPM, it's 0.05 maybe, a little bit more. And this follow speed is how fast from this number to this number that it's gonna get. Now this is a percentage of this one, by the way. And then RPM visual multiplier, if I have it to 2, it will go up to 4000 RPM, not 2000 RPM, okay? So that's that. And this is also spinner's axis, by the way. If your motor is facing forward, but you want these to look like this, okay? Right now, I'm going to show you what happens. It's not working well. You see, it's anchoring around that section. But if I have it set to, but if I have the motor set to its axis, this one 0, it's gonna be like z-axis of the motor. So right now z-axis this is this blue one. Oh, it's still not working. Motor spinner's axis is this. Maybe it's not even working at all. Oh yeah, I remember that. This is now deprecated. So it's this one right now. It's basically the same thing but in a drop down. Okay, it's basically in the same. It's the same thing but a drop down. This one not working. I probably remove it. By the way, by the time you have this is removed. So from here, you can select the axis. I'm gonna say Z up. See what happens. But I can still steer forward. I also have a lot of drag on my gears. I don't want that much of drag. I divide them by not 2, maybe like 7. This is good. All right, okay. We have something nice. It's working perfectly. I like it. I'm gonna go back to my motor, the spinners. I'm gonna set them where they were. These two, just like that. Probably I set them back to where they were, right here. And I'm gonna have the axis of them in the motor visuals. So yeah, this visuals is X forward. Should be fine now. Amazing. Now let's say you have 2 motors, right? If you have 2 motors, I'm gonna copy this and paste it right as a second motor. Okay, I'm gonna put this second motor over here. Okay, I'm gonna not like that, not like I'm gonna be precise. Maybe I have this motor to have 100 there, and then this our first motor to be 100 here. Okay, these spinners should be 0 0, not 0 0. I don't want 0 0. It's okay. This motor I want it to go 50 to the back, and the other motor I want it to 50 to the back. So we basically have 2 engines. Now you will notice we will have double the power. Okay, also I'm going to reduce the power of both of them by probably 2. Okay, but before I do that, like let's test this. Let's see how it works. Yeah, it's actually feeling really good. But we got to the max speed really quickly, 318 kilometers per hour. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but like, yeah, it has a lot of torque right now. I'm actually going to select my motors, maybe go down to the max speed, which is 350 kilometers per hour. We're going at 314. I'm gonna reduce the drag to 400. Also reduce the power to 400. Maybe drag to 200. because there is a lot of drag right now. Let's see. With 2 motors, we have more torque for some reason. It's nice. Oh my god. The vehicle is going much faster right now. Yeah. By the way, we have a stall system as well. So if I go directly upwards, it should stall and it should fall. But right now it's not stalling, right? So let's turn that... I'm sorry. Let's turn that one on as well. So what you do is to go to your ECU. You scroll down until you see stall. Enable pitch stall. You enable that. It's gonna tell you at what angle the stall is gonna happen. I'm gonna set... This is the true airplane pitch angle, okay? I'm gonna have it to 60. Let's see how it works. And then how much throttle is lost per second. 0.1 is okay right now. And you can adjust it yourself if you want to. Let's test it. This will stall our plane to a 0 throttle. Look. I'm folding gears. I'm going up right now. Oh, it's finding out. I'm losing throttle, but I have 2 engines, so we have to lose more throttle. So probably this is maybe 0.5. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see if we stall. We're stalling a lot faster, but not enough though. Still, these 2 engines are pushing hard. Let's have it to maybe 3, or maybe even maybe 10. I want it stalled really fast. I want it to fall quickly, because this is a really simple plane and it should stall. Even though we have 2 powerful engines going 300 kilometers per hour. Oh my god, we lost throttle to a 0. And you see the engines are off right now, and our airplane is falling. But the wind will catch up eventually, and the airplane will start again, and we can go. And that's how stalling system works in our project. And another cool thing is that you notice how wheels are visible when folded. We can actually turn that off by going into gears. We select our gears. Where is the next one? And then there is something called... There is one enable drag when unfold. I'll tell you. So I'm gonna search for it. So gear, visual, and under visual, there is something called hide. Hide after fold. Yes, and if you have hide only gear, only wheels, any other static mesh under the gear will not be hidden. Only the static meshes called that have the name wheel under them, they will hide. So right now it's on, but for some reason it's not working. So I have to have this hide after fold as well. So if I because I know why it's not working, because it should hide after fold, and hide only wheels is on because it's only hiding the wheels. Right now our wheels are the only thing we have under the gears. Let's see how that works. So if I fold, they will fold and they will disappear when the folding is complete. This will help performance, this will help many things. And yeah, there we go. That's our airplane. There is, of course, so much more to this we can discuss, which we will in a second. But the thing is, right now the airplane is complete and you can move around. You can adjust it to have whatever system you want. Now, if you choose your motors, right now we have 2 motors. If you choose them to be like jet engines, turbojets not, like turbofans not. If you have them like rockets or turbojets, okay, of course the spinners will no longer have functionality, because right now we're talking about jet engines, right? Jet engines, you don't see anything. Or jet fans, even they have the fans inside of them, so you don't see them. So yeah, you can select your engines to be like turbojets, or turbofans, or propeller. Propeller will spin, spinners will spin, and those that don't need to be spinned, like rocket or turbojets, they don't have a spinners, okay? Nothing spins in them, nothing happens in them. All right, so if I select jets and all, as you can see, you can still have your sounds be applied if you want to. But if you have like a duct fan, propeller, or anything else, or a turbo fan, you can still select the sound system for your airplane, which we are gonna do in a second. So you can go to our example project content folder, so the plugins folder, and you can find the folder called sound, and you can find any of these sounds that you want. That's for the game. I mean, this one's okay. I'm gonna drag and drop it into my as my engine sound, okay? And there's an engine start sound as well, like something like that. If you want to, you can add it here. Whenever you press T, you will hear that. And then engine stop sound, we don't have that here, we don't need it. And on an engine sound attenuation, I have an attenuation for you here, okay? If you want, you can use, if I search just attenuation, motor sound attenuation, I'm gonna bring it right here. What is this? You can right click anywhere and create a sound attenuation under audio. You see that? And this will determine how far away from the airplane you should be to hear the sound, and then like what's the volume, in which distance, and you can go ahead and tune that one to your liking. Let's go ahead and play and see how it sounds. Yeah. See, it sounds good because we have two engines, right? Also, there's another thing for the sound. You can say, okay, at pitch idle, I want it to be 0.1%. This is the pitch of the volume, by the way. I want it to, like, at the idle, I want it to pitch at 0.1, like 10%, and then volume at idle is gonna be, actually, I want it to be 0.3 was okay. And then pitch at full speed, I want it to be like 2. 2 is the maximum number you can go. I noticed that Unreal Engine doesn't, to me, it doesn't feel like there is any difference over the pitch 2. But you can go ahead and try any number that you want, maybe like 500, I don't know, maybe something works. Volume at full throttle, I want it like 0 or 0.5, something like that. 1 is the maximum, of course. I forgot that I capped that. Sounds good to me. Oh my god. This airplane actually works really well. Okay. So, another cool thing that you can do, in your ECU, you can come to this stall section, okay? And then notice that we have enable collision stall. So whenever we collision with a wall or something, just like what happened to us right now, you can have the collision stall duration. I want it to lose power for like maybe 5 seconds, and collision stall mean speed, the minimum speed is gonna be, don't worry about these stupidly low numbers. You can set it to anything you want. Collision stall mean speed maybe 15, and speed drop kilometers per hour, I like it to have like 20. Okay, collision stall cooldown seconds, it means that the moment after collision stall is finished, do you stall again? Yes, 1 second after that, I'm gonna like the plane should be stalled again. Let's test that. Now actually turn the motor on. Collide here. Oh my god, the gears. Okay. Oh yeah, we collided, and for 5 seconds we cannot move until it's back on again. Let's see if we can get off this ground. Oh my god, the plane was like glued because it was upside down. Okay, actually I'm gonna collide with something nice. Yeah, maybe those hills are okay. Maybe this is good. Oh, I lost power. For 5 seconds, it's gonna be like that. I can't do anything. Oh, it's back on again. All right, let's go. So, That's it. Stall system for collision. What else you need to know about this plane? These planes? Actually, a lot. If you remember, there in our Mustangs, like World War II airplanes in the plugin, we have a system where you can where you don't need to hold right and left to roll and pitch and try to go right and left in a really simulated way. It was going right and left easily. How did I achieve that? So basically, you go to this what is it called? Yeah, to your nothing plane, to your experimental airplane class defaults. You scroll down, 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 down until you see something called input mappings. Input, like input section. Under input mapping is selected this mixing, elevator, additive with mouse, combine mouse X, and like these are weird stuff that you can combine buttons together. You can go ahead and see what we did for the other planes, but I'm gonna show you what we did for the World War II right now. So the actions are selected, not that. I'm gonna go to this one, routing. This is what we are looking for. So routing, there is there are two routings. Okay, there is one area line aileron routing. Okay, what did I do? Okay, for the routing, there are multiple things you can select. Okay, so what does routing do? Routing means that you want one button to apply another button as well. So let's say I'm gonna route aileron, which aileron is basically these flaps that you move around. Aileron is called for these front wings, right? Aileron route elevator mod. This is exactly what we are looking for. So whenever we're trying to aileron right or left, okay, we can have elevators to be applied at the same time automatically. So I'm gonna select this instead of normal. I'm gonna set it to always force positive. So whenever I go right, so I try to roll the airplane right, elevators are forced to have a positive energy, like almost like somebody held S or W on them. Okay, but I have force pause. It means that doesn't matter if I go right or left, it will always force the elevators to go up. That's it. And I can adjust over here how much. I'm gonna say 0.5 elevators. Okay, let's see what happens here. Just bear with me. You'll understand what's happening. If I go right, it's not noticeable. I mean, basically, it's not working, I can say. So I have to select this aileron route, because the problem is this should be in the same category of these ones. It's separated for some reason, but you just click on it. Aileron should also affect elevator as well. If I click on that, okay, now this will work. Aileron, you can select it to whatever. Yeah, let's see what happens now. Yeah, it's working, but it's elevating down instead of up. I want it to force negative then. With the gears. Yeah, the moment I try to go left and right, it's also elevating the airplane. But what I want to happen is to have it less power, like maybe 0.1, 0.1. This will always force elevators to move up and down, depend on me trying to steer right or left. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 0.1 is too low. Maybe 0.2 and then minus 0. Let's say 3, 0.3. And I noticed that the front wings are a little bit they have too much lift force still. So I'm gonna reduce them. No, this is the, yeah, this is lift force by that much. Oh yeah, it is working, but the problem is it's elevating up a lot. Okay, how do we prevent that? So there is a way to make our airplane always try to maintain its horizontal balance, okay, automatically. So what you do is to go to your motor, one of them or both of them, doesn't matter. You scroll down to stabilization. I'm gonna enable upright stabilization. I'm not going to enable upright to Z, or actually am I? Let it upright itself to Z, hold Z up. That's a good thing. And I'm gonna say upright strength roll and pitch. I don't want a pitch upright roll, so I'm gonna set it to 0. Okay, that's for my pitch. I don't care about that, but for my roll, okay, this input one, actually, I'm gonna keep the input dead zone. It should be there. For the pitch, I don't want it, but for the strength roll, let's have it like 180,000, and this one is like 1,800. Let's see how it works. Yeah, so no, it doesn't matter what I do. When I let go of the buttons, it will try to upright itself. Okay. By the way, we need less lift force on the front wings. For some reason, front wings are always trying to keep us, like lift us up. And then for the motors, I'm gonna have, you have one motor or two motors, doesn't matter. Let's have the stabilization, upright stabilization, to something even higher. So maybe like 50,000, and this 1,800 to like 3,000. You can go ahead and play with those numbers yourself as well. Okay, this is good. When I move right and let go, it will upright itself. This is really good. I can go left. Again, it uprighted itself. Okay, now what I would like to do is to see it even more powerful. Maybe like I multiply it by 2. This damping was okay. So it's faster to upright me. What I would like to see now is now pitch as well. So let's have upright pitch as well, with the same amount of power. So we'll see how it's even trying to upright the pitch whenever I let go of any button. You see what's happening? It's trying to upright the airplane automatically by itself. See, I go left, I let go of the keyboard, it's uprighting itself towards the horizon. Okay, notice how we lost sound, and that is due to, if you go to sound folder and you find this Mustang, the sound should be looped. It's already looping, so we lost sound for some other reason. Probably it was stalling and I was mistaken. So anyways, upright strength roll, I would even like to see more and more. And then when you have a lot of upright force, okay, you cannot steer more, so you should have more flap force. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the flap force as well, because this time it is fighting the upright force. Okay, so I'm gonna have it like 80,000 instead of 3,000. So that's my flap force for the wings. I can go right, I let go. I can go left, I let go. You see what's happening here? You see what's happening here? The rudder works. And just like that, we have it is the looping. The sound is going away because of the looping thing, I'm sure, 100%. Yeah, so that's how we created World War II airplanes that you can test in the game. They're already there in the plugin. Now for the sound, I would like to see what's happening. So yeah, the problem is because of looping. We have to use Mustang sound cue, not the sound itself. So I'm gonna bring this in. This will no longer fade away. Okay, and that's for that. This pretty much covers everything except one. Okay, I'm gonna show you another thing to do. So in the game, in the plugin, we have airplanes like fighter jet, where you can steer with mouse. And that's a completely new story, which is easy to do. I'm gonna go to my motors and I'm gonna disable these operating systems. You can keep them enabled as well if you want and see how it works. But I want to disable this upright stabilization. So no more upright stabilization. And I'm gonna go to my experimental airplane up here, or class defaults basically. And by the way, this text here, you can change it to anything you want, or even disable it completely. Okay, that's on you. If I scroll down, I will see something called enable movement also by mouse. When I enabled it, now I should disable enable look around, because they will conflict, right? I'm gonna move around with the mouse. And I'm gonna have mouse stick return to center. And I'm gonna have show virtual aim debug to true. There is also a 3D version of the aim debug, which you can have it on and off if you would like to. So I'm gonna have it on. I'm gonna try the airplane, see how it goes. See, I can go up. Oh my god, I can go down. It's too slow and sluggish. Okay, let's fix that. Let's fix that. For the wings, if you remember, we increased the power of our wings to have that Mustang, that World War II airplane fields. So I'm gonna revert it back to like whatever it was. It was like 50k. Okay, maybe like 40 flap force for the wings, for the ailerons. Okay, so yeah, we have elevators, we have ailerons, which are the main ones, and we have the rudder. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have that. And then one important thing, you have to go to your spring arm, which is your third person camera, right? Spring arm. And I'm gonna have inherit pitch and inherit roll as well. Roll one, you can keep it on or off. I'm gonna keep it off right now. So no rolling. And I'm gonna hit play. The camera is looking down. I don't like that. I'm gonna have the camera to look like this. Probably. Let's play. Amazing. Let's go. Oh, the mouse movement is too slow and right and left is inverted. Let's fix that. I'm gonna go to my experimental airplane, like class defaults, and then scroll down to the same camera section. Enable movement also. No, not this. Yeah, exactly this one. Mouse move. So I want it to be faster when moving. First of all, mouse ring. Oh, I want to give it an offset, maybe 500, maybe like 200 above. So it's not centered. The circle is not right in the middle. I want it to be a little bit higher, by 200, maybe 300. And mouse hood distance from camera. This is for the 3D part. Mouse ring radius, I want it to be much smaller. I want it to be like 50. And then mouse stick gain per pixels, this is how fast it is. I want it to be like probably 5. And then mouse dead zone norm, you don't care about that. That's like how much is considered 0, how close to the center you should be for it to not work. And mouse axis strength, we're gonna set it to probably 2. This is how much power for the inputs it's gonna send to the motors, how fast it is. It's like 2 times the actual thing. I'll show you that in a second. You can adjust it and see what happens too. And then for the returning, yes, it returns in both directions, and I'm gonna have it to return faster. So mouse stick return to center, and I want it to return faster. We are going to say, okay, return rate, and there is a delay as well for the return, which I don't want to, or actually, yeah, I want to have 0.1 on both axes. So 0.1 second of me letting go of the mouse will, the cursor will return to the center, and then it will return by the speed of like 0.2, or actually no, it's like 3. Why not? I'm gonna move the mouse around. Oh, it's 500 to the button. It's like down there if you see. So I'm gonna go up here, if you remember, not up there, maybe. Where was it? Okay, 300 to the down. It's gonna be minus. Actually, 300 was too much. Minus maybe 100. Okay. Save. Yeah, and it's inverted. By the way, right, left is inverted, up and down is okay. For that, it's gonna be super easy. You have to have it. We have to make it. Where is mouse inversion? Mouse stick X invert. Yeah, it's returning too slowly. Okay, I'm gonna have that set as well, and I want it to 0 to 0.5. I want to return delay. I want a lower return delay and like 10. I want it to return really fast. You notice how it automatically sending information to the rudders, ailerons, and this rudder doesn't work, by the way. To the elevators and ailerons, you can set it to work with rudders as well. I'm gonna show you in a second. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna fly and see what's happening. This is how, by the way, F35 version 1 works in our project, in the plugin that you can also use. Okay, see how it works right now? See what's happening? You can have it more sensitivity or so. Okay, we're stalling. Alright. Now if I go back here, if I go click on my, where is it? Spring arm. And if I have it to inherit role as well, this is gonna be nice too. Oh yeah, you see what's happening right now? Now what if you want, if you move to the right, what if you want ailerons to work instead of elevators, or like, sorry, rudders to work instead of ailerons? What you need to do is to go back here, and you go down here to the mouse move section. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where we already were. Here you can select mouse X and mouse Y. What does it affect? It can actually affect 2 things at the same time as well. You can go with and select all of these and see what happens. But I want, instead of ailerons, I want the rudder to work. And we're gonna test it. Oh, close. Okay. See what's happening right now? On my keyboard, I can change the ailerons, but with the mouse, it doesn't work. Okay. And if I have the return rate to 0, the cursor will not return, and it will feel even better, to my understanding, when you have it set to rudder. The X is set to rudder. Oh my god. Oh yeah. So you can go ahead and check these as well. Okay. Now, you probably got everything. I probably covered everything needed, but you have to look around every possible variable over here, play around with them, see what you can find, what you can create. There is much more to this. For example, if you have this arcade turn on, okay, something weird will happen. This arcade turn See, arcade cancels on elevators. Arcade turn disable on ground. This is something that you might have a look into. This is for the Mustang World War II ones. If I go right and left, you see what's happening here? It's arcadely moving my airplane to right and left. No need for ailerons or elevators. You see what's happening here? It's really nice. You can give it a try yourself, and see how you can use it in your projects. For the World War II Mustangs, this is or the other one. I guess it's not Phantom, Mustang, and what are the airplanes we have? There is the Hellcat and the Mustang. They are both using the arcade turn system as well as aileron routes, something that we covered earlier. Oh, so that's it for the airplane. We almost covered whatever there was for it. You can go ahead and do anything you want and create any other type of vehicle that you can. New clothes, another day. Anyways, we're gonna make a helicopter right now. And for the helicopter, we can go ahead and copy the same experimental airplane that we have, which is a nice thing to do, but I'm gonna do it from scratch yet again. So what we do, we go to our plugin folder. At this time, we will have to, I'm gonna copy and paste another nothing plane, which is, where is it? It's this one. Okay, and I'm gonna create a child blueprint class. I'm gonna drag and drop it. Oh, actually, wait. I'm gonna drag and drop it in my folder that we had, new planes. Move over there. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna rename it to BP underline experimental helicopter. And for this experimental helicopter, again, we need to add a bunch of things, right? The first thing is the 3D model, the static mesh. I got you covered already with a static mesh called, okay, my plugin folder again. Where is it? Yeah, in the plugin folder, vehicles, and inside the vehicles, we got experimental folder, and over here I have this test halo. Let's drag and drop it into our static mesh location over here, and there we go. That's our helicopter. Of course, we need to tweak it a lot. Right now in the class defaults or in the body, I like to do it in the class defaults. So find the mass section. Right now it's at 2 tons almost. I would like to see my helicopter at like 1 ton, maybe like 1,000. That's it. Let's add a motor real quick. You click on the body, add. We're gonna add a BP motor under here. I'm gonna bring it up here a little bit, and then we're gonna add a spinner, right? I'm gonna go, so again in the again we're gonna go to our project folder, and this time we're gonna go to general models. This is spin. I'm gonna drag and drop it under the motor. Okay, and yeah, I'm gonna bring it up right here. I actually want like maybe 4 of them. One of them is gonna be the base. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. And for the spinners, I'm going to set their size for the other ones. Let me see if that's right. Yeah, I'm gonna make it like this, make it like that, bring it up a little bit, make it like that, maybe like that, and something long, right? It's too thick though. I'm gonna make it, yeah, looks good. Maybe even longer. Yeah, there is one nice thing that we can do. Okay, I'm gonna bring myself down a little bit here. Okay, there's one nice thing you can do. Actually, I can have my spinners like this, and I can put them over here. This is also another thing you can do, by the way. It's a nice thing to have. Maybe this other one can be like over there. You see what I'm saying? Like maybe 65% over here, and then this other one Is it like it? All right. Something like that. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? I mean, it's possible to be able to do this. I think that's okay. I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but like this is also possible. It's gonna, because it is going to rotate from the base, and I'm gonna select my motor, and I'm gonna go to the in the details panel. I'm gonna go to a section called visuals, spinners, and I'm gonna say maybe Z up axis, because I didn't rotate. If I rotate my motor like this, then the X axis is up and I have to choose X axis to rotate. But right now, no. The forward of the component is dead, and this blue one, make sure you have this on the component, okay? Rotation, component controls, something like that. Because no, not this one. This one. If it's at world, you see the X is always looking world forward. Otherwise, if I have it like that, you'll see exactly which side, to which direction you should spin your spinners. So I'm gonna click on my motor. So this is gonna be Z up. Notice that there is a spinner axis. Okay, it's deprecated. It no longer works. We have this new visual spin axis, which is exactly the same thing, but here you can choose which axis you want. And yeah, actually, I'm going to try and see how it looks. We did not touch the power or anything just yet. I just want to see if it looks right. Okay, so right beside my airplane, I'm going to place this new helicopter that we created. Drag and drop it. Maybe like rotate it as well. Bring it up here. Okay, and for the airplane, I'm gonna depossess it. No need to possess this. Yeah, it's already disabled. I disabled it. And I'm gonna possess this new helicopter that we have. Let's start. I'm gonna press T. It's not working. You know why it's not working? Because it has nothing. We need an ECU. We need many things. So I'm gonna add the ECU. Okay, with the ECU, it should work out of the box. If I press T, it's still not working because there is another thing. Oh my god! And that's for the input. For the input mapping, yeah, we're gonna bring our input mapping. If it's not set, I'm gonna make sure that it's set for you guys, so you don't have to do this again. But I add the input mapping. Yeah, it's a spinning. It already works, but we have to change a lot of things to make it feel good and make it fly as well. The first thing I noticed is that, like, I would like to see my my propellers a bit longer. Oh, I got the red one, yeah. So probably like that, and then I'm gonna set their location, position, something like that. Over here, over here, over here. Okay, so that it looks better. Also, my motor, I would like to see it a little bit to the front. Oh yeah, how about that? Or over here, a little bit higher. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Let me check again. Yeah, looks okay to me. Now I'm gonna fix the camera as before. I'm gonna go to class defaults, and I'm gonna search for camera section. Camera. Yeah, this look around section. I don't want my camera to return back. Or actually, I do. Why not? But I want it to look around faster, much faster. Oh yeah. So we are going to make it maybe 2 the sensitivity for the camera. And then I would like to have return delay 1 second. I would like it to return after maybe 2 seconds. And return speed is maybe 5. Okay. Also the camera, the third person camera, I want it to be closer to the airplane, so I'm gonna have it 1000. Amazing. Oh, by the way, we have to fix another thing for the camera, which is invert mouse X. Again, in my class defaults, camera, look around. Yeah, so invert X. Oh, actually, no, I didn't have to. What? Wait, what? Invert look X. I'm gonna turn it off. What? Up and down. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna have both of them checked. Is it look around? Yes. I think I'm gonna have the X one off. I'm not sure. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. So you notice how it's weird. It's gonna like it's standing in the air somehow, no reason. So that's because of the collision. If I click on my if I find the static mesh again over here and like find it in file, double click on this and add a simple maybe a sphere collision, and I'm gonna remove this collision that we just created. You just click on that. Yeah, you see that like the collision looks like this right now, which is probably good or not, depends on your needs. I'm gonna make it like that, so it feels better. If you don't have collision or anything, just go ahead and add it and make your collision work. I would like to have my airplane heavier, like the helicopter heavier on the front, so I have more mass on the front, you know, so most of the weight is distributed in the front of the helicopter. If you have something big over here as well, then maybe your helicopter when it's standing, it's gonna lean to its back, it's gonna wheelie somehow. So yeah, make sure you have nice collisions over here. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go back to see if the collision works right now, and it's also a cylinder, not a cylinder, what is it? Yeah, it's falling to the side, it's rolling. It's okay though, because the collision is sphere, if I'm right. Box, yeah, it's a capsule. I forgot the word for that. It's a capsule, that's why it's rolling. It's okay though, because we're gonna add skits for the helicopter right now. Well, you can do it over here. You can add some static meshes, or like, sorry, add some collision down here, so your helicopter doesn't roll. And I show you how you can do that, but what you definitely need is some gears. So what I'm gonna do is to click on the body and add gears, BP gear component, and I'm gonna have 4 of them. Okay, you can even have 1, but you should definitely have them for a helicopter. Otherwise, it's gonna feel weird. I'll tell you why in a second. So I'm gonna select all of my gears. I'm gonna bring them down this much. It's okay. And then I'm gonna have this set to maybe 50. And then the first one, actually 100 was better than 100 to the right. Oh wait, 100 is this one? Oh yeah, 100 to the right, 200 to the front. Second one, 100 to the left, 200 to the front, 100 back, 100 left, 100 back, 100 right. Oh yeah, I have them all set at their positions. Okay, now the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to set their height to maybe something like 80. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you what's happening right. I'm not gonna care about the stiffness or suspension damping at all over here, because it's a helicopter. You can go ahead and get crazy, add your wheels and everything, just like what we did for the airplane. But for now, I'm gonna have my helicopter to have a skid pads, and that's how it's gonna be done. Okay, so I have my gears. What I'm gonna do under body is that I'm going to add some static meshes. Okay, I'm actually going to bring the static meshes from the folders that we had from the plugin folder. Go ahead and find this general model. I'm gonna bring probably like this flap box that I have. I'm gonna bring it and paste it on the body. Okay, this flap one, yeah, and why not having two of them? I'm gonna bring one over here, and I'm gonna bring the other one over there. Okay, I'm gonna select both of them, make them look like helicopter skids. It's actually so easy. Okay, I'm gonna bring them down a little bit, not by that much, but maybe by 10. Does it look good? I think this looks fine. We're gonna test something right now. I'm gonna hit play. Yeah, it's working. It's flat skids for the helicopter, but of course there is no suspension to these skids. If you want them to have suspension though, you can put them under these gears. You can even have like 2 gears, but 4 is gonna balance your thing. I'm gonna put them under the gears and I'm gonna call them wheel. Okay, and I'm gonna select all my gears and I'm gonna say, okay, these are not wheels as the type. You know, you go into the gear properties, gear type, and the type should be flat skid. If it's flat skid, it will automatically detects the gears that are called wheel, and guess what? Something magical is going to happen. Oh, okay, it's actually not working because I have to give them some power as well now. So I'm gonna, like, the height is 80 is okay. I'm gonna suspension stiffness is gonna be like, how much do I put it? Maybe 40,000, and then I'm gonna have this like 3,000 of damping. Let's copy, let's save and see how it works. It's working, but I don't see my flat skids. I'm gonna alt tab, click on this thing and go down. It's over here. Okay, so yeah, what we need to do now is to select our flat skids and make sure it's located at 0, 0 for those gears. I mean, one of the gears is in the front, one is in the back, by the way. So I would like to have this under the second one. Not the flap. Oh, one of them is called flap. So I'm gonna make this wheel 2. Why? Oh yeah, wheel 1. And then we are going to see this is component 1, component 2, and component 3, and then gear component 4. Where is it? This is third one, second one. Yeah. So I'm gonna bring this under this one, and I'm gonna say location 0. Okay. I just wanna show you how it looks. Yeah. Now, if you want to get crazy and have a funny thing, okay, not funny thing, have a better looking thing, I'm gonna copy and paste gear, the first 2 gears, and I'm gonna have this. So basically we have 6 gears, 2 in the middle, okay, 2 on the front and 2 in the back, and the 2 in the middle are hosting these skids, and I'm gonna show you why. Because here's the crazy part about this project. I'm gonna bring my helicopter right here on some sort of a slope. Okay, I'm gonna hit play. Okay, it's too springy. I'm gonna select all of my gears, and I'm gonna have their springs to like maybe 2,000, and then damping to 5,000. Does it work? Still too springy. What if I reduce the damping? Still too springy. What if I have this like 10k and then 1k of spring damping? Oh yeah, it's working now. Now I'm gonna show you the cool part. And that is, if you see the skid pads, you see that they are aligning with the floor. You see what I'm saying? So this way you will have some sort of aligned skids to the floor, if that's something that you might be looking for. And if you don't want that, if you don't want your helicopter to be springy like this, because these are not wheels, right? After all, these are flat skids which should never even be springy like this, or like or yeah, like what we have here, where it aligns itself. Okay, it has the springs by the way. Now you see what's happening here. The flat skids are actually aligning to the floor, which I like it so much. Okay, it looks good. I'm gonna keep it right now. Okay, I'm gonna keep it. So if you don't want it, you can do as I told you. You can have these wheels outside of the gear components. Okay, so if I like, I'm gonna show you yet again. If I bring them out and just put them here, maybe, and then we will have no springiness on them. It's just flat skids, like hard surfaces on the ground. Okay, which is actually good because it will not let the airplane, you don't need to worry about lateral friction anymore. But if you have them under the gears like that, then you need to select lateral friction for all of your gears. If I scroll down to friction, okay, and there is a lateral friction, okay, and I'm gonna make it like that's 5,000, not 12,000, maybe like 18,000, something like that. Then there will be less lateral friction. Right now there is a lot of lateral friction still. It needs more, and it's too springy as well. So I'm gonna have them have less spring power and maybe less damping. Okay, it should be more powerful. 10k was okay, so less damping would do. It's really hard to come up with a nice number for this. And then damping maybe 1200. Oh yeah, this is amazing. So now you have your flat skids being aligned, and then of course the skids will have lateral friction as well. That's also good. And one more thing you need to do when you have such system, you have to adjust the brakes. So I'm gonna have like maybe 10,000, maybe like 50,000 of brake power, and I'm gonna go to my ECU, and I'm gonna say there is a parking section here in your ECU, and in the parking section, parking, enable park assist and enable prevent direction. Okay, so enable park assist. You can turn it off as well if you want to, but I would love to have it on, especially on an helicopter. And for prevents direction, I'm gonna have it both, so it's sort of like brake the helicopter, make sure it never you see what happens here, it never rolls back down or something. Okay, so that might be something that that can be useful for you. And the good part is you have your skids being aligned. You see how nice it looks. I mean, I like it. I don't know about you. See, I really like it. So yeah, that's for the skids of the helicopter. Now let's make the motor work and make our helicopter fly. Okay, of course you can have as many as motors as you wish, but we're gonna try it and increase the power of the motor and see if it can fly. So I'm gonna go back to my helicopter. I don't need this test halo static mesh anymore. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna select my motor. It's right here. And I'm gonna go to under properties, motor. I'm gonna open all of these. Yeah, this power, 3000. Okay, in order to set this power to whatever you want, the first thing we need to do, because since it's a helicopter, you have to set the motor mod to rotorcraft heli. Otherwise, it will not apply the force the way you intended. So the helicopter will not hover the way we expect it to be. Okay, now I can set the power to whatever amount I want. Like maybe I want it should be something high, so I'm gonna set it to like maybe 500,000, let's say. And for the drag linear, I'm gonna set it to 500. The more drag you have, the drag linear you have, the more sluggish your helicopter will feel like when you're trying to move. Okay, or this will also determine what's the maximum speed that you might be able to reach with this helicopter, if you don't want a hard limit for the speed like what we have right now over here in the speed governor. So this helicopter can go 250 kilometers per hour. I'm not going to touch it just yet, but yeah, but this will also determine how fast the helicopter is able to go. Anyways, with that being said, and this being said, now I'm gonna show you something nice. First of all, let's try and see if it actually throttles up. I'm gonna hold shift. Yeah, it works. It's too powerful and it spins forever. So I'm gonna divide this by 10. So I removed a 0 out of it. And for the drag linear, let's keep it as it is. I'm gonna hold shift. Oh, it works now, but like, yeah. So something to keep in mind, since it looks realistic right now. For example, I can place this over here, and I'm gonna see what happens. Okay, I'm gonna hold shift. You see what's happening? It's trying to apply power from the back of the airplane, but the problem is it's moving forward. So we need to tell it the direction of the helicopter propeller as well, the direction, which direction are we going to apply force to, and this is going to be determined, this is going to be set over here. You have to go, and there is a force subcategory. I can set it to force Z up, meaning the up Z of the component. If it's like that, okay, if it's like that, the up Z is over there. If you have seen it, the component up XYZ, you can always, this is world, and this is component, right? It's over here, not the X, because mistakenly we were right now world and local is the same. Mistakenly it was on X forward. I'm gonna set it on Z up. Now, if your component is, if you rotated the component like that, you can basically select X here, X forward. You see, right now, the forward X direction of the component is the up direction of the helicopter, right, itself. So that will also work. So you have full control over which direction you want it to apply force to, and what kind of rotation you want on your motor. So this is going to be Z up, and world Z up is always the world Z, no matter the direction of the motor or the gear or the entire helicopter. But I set it to Z ups for absolute realism. Let's see what happens now. If I hold shift, it works. Yeah, can I see? I'm gonna show you something here. I'm gonna put it right that, and I'm gonna, oh my god, I'm gonna hold shift. Okay, you see what's happening here? You see what's happening here? Yeah, it's weird. So we're gonna set it to the optimal location that we want, maybe over here. The closer to the center of mass it is, or at least on top of it, right on top of it, like you can balance your helicopter yourself. Okay, so I'm gonna put it here, and I'm gonna hold shift. This is good. It's not balanced though. If you don't want absolute realism like this, for the location of the motor. You can always click on this apply force at center of mass. It's center of mass. You check this, compile, save, and then if I hold shift, it's applied to the center of mass perfectly. So in real life, helicopters try to have their motors apply the force, be connected to somehow to the center of mass or somewhere close to it for balancing. Now we can have something called torque tilt mod on. Torque tilt mod is over here. If you turn it on, it means that your helicopter can now tilt using torque, just like a real life helicopter, like roll, pitch, and yaw around. So I take it on, just like we did the same for the Augusta as well. And if you notice there should be a big number over here for it to work. That's why I'm gonna copy one of these and I'm gonna bring it here for the pitch. This is torque tilt mod. You can invert them, by the way. You can torque tilt engine off scale when the engine is off. What's the scale of the torque and how much powerful it's gonna be. Torque tilt engine off mean speed at the max. If the engine is off and the speed is more than 10 kilometers per hour, this is like only 10% of this amount will be used. Okay. So just like in real life helicopters, maybe it's still spinning, or it's still catching wind. So yeah, this is something that you can use, but under 10 kilometers per hour, there is no torque tilt mount. Torque tilt, it's not effective, just like in a real life helicopter. So the propellers do this under 10 kilometers per hour. Doesn't matter how much wind it catches, it's too slow. It doesn't affect. But more than this, okay, engine is off, more than 10 kilometers per hour, it's having 10% of the power, so it's tilting the helicopter. Anyways, for this one, we're gonna set it to something big that we bring from Augusta. It's like 2 million, right? I'm gonna have it set to 1,500,000. Okay, I'm gonna do it for all of them, for all these three. And for the damping, it should be something high, like 500,000. I found this by try and error for this kind of mass, by the way. I think for Augusta, for this one, still we need to do try and error. So let's try it. I'm gonna hold shift, and now WASD should work. It's working. It's working. It's working. Right and left. Work. It's too fast. And then I want to try E and Q. E and Q is too slow. Okay. So the yaw, which is E and Q, right? I'm gonna multiply it by three times more powerful. For the roll, it was too powerful. I'm gonna divide it by 3. And for the pitch, I'm gonna keep it as is, or maybe divide it by 1.5. Yeah, so this is how we do try and error to get to a point where it feels nice for the helicopter. Okay. It looks good. Okay, I'm upside down now. So I'm gonna go up, hit forward, backward, left, and right. Yaw is working, but it's too powerful. I'm gonna divide it by 2. Amazing. I feel like it's working okay right now. I think real helicopters feel the same as well. I'm gonna divide this by 1.5 to just get to a number that's like suitable for me. This is divide by 1.5 again. And then for this, I'm gonna keep it as is. This is a really bad number, right? 300,000, right? Does it work? Let me see. Yeah, I like it. Okay, and I can E and Q. E and Q it feels too slow. Get to a number that's suitable for you, but now notice it kind of feels like a stunt helicopter that we have. Okay, now I'm gonna adjust the idle throttle as well, so the helicopter always tries to hover, because right now when I let go of the throttle, it's falling down. You see what's happening? Okay, how can we make that work? before we stabilize our helicopter to upright itself always, just like what we have in the examples. First of all, I'm going to go here in the ECU. I'm going to go where we have cruise control under input. Make sure cruise control is off. You can turn it on as well if you want absolute realism for your helicopter as well, so you can adjust the amount of throttle yourself as much as you want. But I don't want to do that right now. I'm going to turn it off, and I'm gonna have it idle at whatever number I tell it. So I can say use per motor idle center. I don't want to do that. I want all my motors to have the same idle amount, and I'm going to say, okay, idle at 0.5. Let's see what happens. So when I let go of the throttle, it has 0.5 throttle already automatically. But I can hold control. It will automatically throttle down to 0. If I let go, throttles back to 50%. If I hold shift, throttles up to 100%. When I let go of it, you see, this happens. So yeah, that works. But if you want even more realism than that, okay, if it's hard for you to find a number, a magic number that actually hovers your aircraft, you see, for example, 0.2, 20% is not enough. Still, it's more than enough. It's still going up. Maybe 0.10% of is 10% of the throttle enough for the helicopter to be hovered? No, not particularly. 0.15. How about that? You see what's happening? It's almost hovering, right? You can get to the point where the helicopter, when you let go of the throttle, it's idling at the right amount, and it always hovers. You see what's happening here? Okay. But what I would like to do for even more realism, I would like to, because right now this system, from the ECU, it automatically adjusts all the motors. If you have 5 motors, all of them at like 0.15 of the throttle. Maybe that's not what we want. Maybe you have a propeller that's smaller, maybe one that's bigger, maybe one that's in the front, and you don't want them all to have the same idle throttle. You want them to have different idle throttles. So we don't care about this, right? We click on this use per motor idle center as it was already, okay? And I'm gonna go back to my motor. Now I can set the idle throttle inside the motor the same way we did in the ECU, but this time it's not even visible when you're holding shift and control on the hood. So on the hood you'll see 50% always, but each motor is idling at a different amount. I'm gonna show you right now. So I'm gonna make this motor idle. It was like 0.115, right? Somehow we find it. I'm gonna set it to 0.14 maybe here, because we already know what idle throttle is enough for this one particular motor that we have. I'm gonna make it set to where's the idle throttle? I have to find, oh, it's here. Idle throttle, okay? If you see it's 0 right now, I can set it to 0.14, okay? It was 0.15 if we find out. When I let go of the throttle, it's not working. It's not working the way I intended it to work. Idle throttle at this amount. I'm gonna go to my flight ECU, make sure, where is it? Cruise control, use per motor either center, because this one is working differently, you know? So we're gonna, yeah, 0.14 isn't enough, 0.5 maybe? So this is not exactly the same as the other one. Oh yeah, yeah. This time, because this is, okay, let me tell you this. The throttle that's coming from the ECU is different with the throttle that's actually happening on the motor. Because from the ECU, we have a throttle in and a throttle out. And there are a lot of things along the way. A lot of like throttle response second, like the mass, everything. These will apply on the throttle or the throttle. Like imagine you want a throttle by wire or something like that. And you have this throttle input response second here. You have another input response second inside the ECU, so this one is different. So the number for this is not going to be 0.15 or something. It's going to be 0.4 maybe. It's different. So this is absolutely happening. This is absolutely applied to this power. It's kind of like 0.4 of this power being applied or something like that. So 0.4 wasn't enough. 0.3, is this enough? 3 isn't enough. 0.35, is this enough? No, 0.38, because now it's more realistic on this engine. It's 3.8 is too much. 0.37. Oh my god, it's perfect, but 0.36. Is this enough? Oh, perfect, but like it can be even less. 0.355. It's so precise. Great. Look how much we are hovering perfectly. Look. Oh my god, it's being hovered perfectly. You see, it's almost static. Amazing. So the magic number for this motor was 0.355. Oh my god, I'm proud of myself. Now, there is a thing called auto hover trim. If you check auto hover trim on, then idle throttle can be automatically adjusted by the motor just enough for it to hover. Though the problem is it only works for one motor. So only if you only have one motor and you have a hard time to find the right idle throttle, and you want it to be precise and like your helicopter to be exactly like leveled with the horizon or something like that, then you can do an auto hover trim, which I've done already in many of the projects, like Augusta, like many of the other helicopters. But if you have, for example, two rotors, like what you get in CH-46, that big two propeller helicopter, then I have set the idle throttle myself per motor, or even in ECU, one of the two. But here, if you have one motor, you can simply set auto hover trim to true, and then choose a really low number for it. You know, this is how precise it is. You know, I'm gonna say 0.01 or 0.005, something like that. So it's gonna be super precise. I'm gonna hit play. If you have a look at this, you see it's leveling the helicopter, perfectly aligning it with the horizon. So I no longer need to give it an actual hover trim. Okay, now there are more to this. Okay, it gets even funnier than that. The thing is, right now, if you want to land the helicopter, okay, when you're going to land the helicopter, there is a problem. An on-ground idle throttle right now is 0. So the moment the helicopter detects, this motor detects that the helicopter is on the ground, so the gears are found somewhere to attach to be surfaced on, it will automatically set the throttle to 0. So this will kind of glue the helicopter to the ground, doesn't let it to fly up. So you can adjust this as well. Right now, you can basically see when the helicopter is landed, it's basically, see, I'm not touching anything. It's trying to pull itself down, but the suspensions doesn't allow it. There is one thing I would like to do for my suspensions. I'm gonna select all of these suspensions. Okay, so I have 6 gears, right? 6 gears. There is something called auto-critical damping. So if you don't know what kind of power for the stiffness and the damping you need, then you can have auto-critical damping. It will automatically damp the suspension. I just want to turn it off and see what changes here. Yeah, it no longer, so auto-critical damping, it's almost like if the suspension is damped too much, it's kind of like real life suspension, right? If it's damped to, if it's clamped together, I don't know what it's called, if it's squeezed too much, then auto-critical damping will automatically like swing it back up again, kind of like real life. So I would like to have it turned off for this particular vehicle. Otherwise, we need to have, if you want to keep it on, then you need to have stiffer springs. If you see, if the helicopter sits on the ground, it will automatically hold the idle to 0. But the thing is, you do not see the idle throttle or the throttle at all on the hood. You see, it says idle like 20%, but that's not right. I'm gonna see if it is right or not. So I'm gonna go to my motor. and I'm gonna see auto hover trim. I'm gonna turn it off. It was actually right. Idle is 0.35. It's estimate, but not Augusta. But like, yeah, it's estimate. It's the first two numbers. So if I have auto hover trim on, okay, if I play the game, as you can see right here, the throttle is at 50%. Okay, the output is 50%, but it's idling at 20%. Okay, if I go up, see, it's idling at 20%. It's 0.20 something, and yeah, that's it. So that's how auto trim is trimming. We do not see the rest of the numbers, but like if I had the time in the next update, I'll add it, like, so you can see idle throttle with more numbers, more float numbers. Okay, anyways, so if you want your helicopter to be less glued to the ground, then you can have this on-ground idle throttle with something else. Remember that our hover trim was like something like 0.2 something. I'm gonna set it to 0.12, something like that. So on the ground it has less, it's pulling itself lessly, like with less throttle downwards. So yeah, there we go. That's for the helicopter. But you know, there is more to the helicopter, and then more than that is that you can like there is a type of helicopter where you could steer with the mouse. I mean, that's gonna be super duper easy to do right now, because we already set up our helicopter to do everything. You just click on this on your class defaults, and then you look for a section called enable movement also by mouse, and then you disable enable look around. Okay, you disable enable look around. You set this variable enable look around false, and you set this one enable movement also by mouse to true. Okay, let's see what happens out of the box without changing anything. I'm moving my mouse. Oh, it's already working with the mouse. Okay, but it's weird. So I'm gonna set it up right. Let me see. So yeah, I'm gonna have show virtual aim debug aim to true. So there's a 3D version as well. There is this mouse ring as well. There is invert mouse Y that I have to find. It's right over here. Mouse stick Y, the X one. Yeah, I have to uncheck this one. Compile. Yeah, it's working, but it's too slow. I need to increase the sensitivity. Let's increase it. It's gonna be right. Sensitivity. Yeah, it's here. I'm gonna set it to like 10 and 10. And return delay, it can return immediately to the center. Right now, it doesn't even return because it's set at 0. Okay, I'm gonna keep it like that for now. And the mouse ring is too big right now. I'm gonna set it to like 50. I don't want that big of a mouse ring in the middle. And then I'm gonna give it a little bit offset, like minus 100, so it's higher. Yeah. Yes, it's returning. You see, the mouse is returning really quickly. I'm gonna turn that off as well. How can I do that? There is a variable. This return rate, if I set it to something really big, then that will work, right? So I'm gonna give it a really high delay. But remember, I had I had this variable. You just turn it off, it will no longer return to the center. You don't need to set it to a really high delay. Yeah, our helicopter is mimicking the mouse move, but there are some things as well, like percent power isn't working anymore and stuff like that. Let's fix that too. Before that, I'm gonna go to my spring arm, the third person camera, and I'm gonna set inherit pitch and yaw and roll to true, or for the roll one we don't need to. It's a helicopter. You can experiment with it yourself. Right now, yeah, I can look around just like that. Yeah. And I feel like it's weird. I don't want my helicopter to roll around whenever my mouse X changes. How you can achieve that, by the way? You go to this class defaults again. You find mouse move again. Okay, right here, mouse move category. And under mouse move subcategory, under mouse move category, there is a subcategory called mouse move is a subcategory itself as well. Anyways. There's a place where called mouse X route. What does it affect? Does it affect aileron buttons on your keyboard, or does it affect elevators? Like, which one is it replicating? Well, I'm gonna say mouse X is gonna be the rudder, because E and Q. Is it? Mouse, yes, E and Q, and Y is elevator. Yeah, let's try it. Amazing. It's much better right now. It's much better. And there is a camera lag as well. We can always disable that if we want to. Okay. Now the thing is, yeah, it's perfectly working. I can look around and I can percent power anywhere I want using W. You see, I can go up, I can go down. It's on you, or I can use Shift and Control. So that's movement by mouse. That's right there. Okay. Let's disable this, because I would like to see the control, the helicopter move by keyboard. It's much better for me. I like it this way. And then I'm gonna get rid of this show virtual aim. I'm gonna bring my spring arm back. So I'm gonna, it's not going to inherit pitch anymore. Only the roll. Yeah, I like it this way. I like my helicopter to be moved by keyboard. And then, oh, by the way, we disabled mouse look around with mouse. Okay, I'm gonna re-enable it. Enable a look around. There we go. Okay, so we pretty much covered everything. Basically everything in this video, except one more thing, which is sound for our helicopter. I'm gonna bring a sound from our plugin folder. Okay, sound, and then I'm gonna choose one of these, the Q ones. Yeah, this one looks okay. It doesn't feel right, but I'm gonna do it. Okay, actually I have to select my motor and then come to this sound and then paste it over here, right? Engine start and stop sound, we don't have it. And attenuation, I'm gonna bring the engine. I'm gonna say attenuation here, and we have motor sound attenuation. I just want to put this here. You can create your own attenuation. It sounds more like an like an aircraft or a car or a motorcycle right now, but like it is what it is. Like okay, one more thing. There is a thing, if you want like even more realism, there is a thing in the motor called motor backspin. Enable rotor backspin torque, and I'm gonna set it to a high number. Okay, and for the damping, it already is what it is. Look what's happening now. It should have more power. Maybe this much. You see what's happening? Just like real life. When the moment you try to throttle up or down, the helicopter spins by a lot. Okay, and you can turn this on, and you can paste the motor, copy and paste the motor. Put another one over here. Okay, actually, I want the entire thing. I'm gonna copy and paste it. Bring one over here. Sorry. Bring one over here. Because, you know, just like real life helicopters, the rotor has like backspin power, right? I'm gonna put another one here, and I'm gonna make these look smaller. Actually, I don't need many of these like this. I only need one, right? And I'm gonna make it smaller. What, like, yeah, it's better now. Okay, like that. I'm gonna put it over here, which is just like that, because this is like realism level, okay, that we're talking about. So there is yet another motor over here, but this motor, what I would like to do is that, so the first motor does everything it should except backspin. Okay, I'm gonna remove the backspin from the rear motor. No need for that backspin. And for the second motor, because this is only there for the looks, right? Like in a real helicopter. I mean, we think it's only for the looks right now. Yeah, nobody knows what's that for. To balance the helicopter's backspin from rotor, it's only for their looks. So we're gonna set it only visual only. Yeah. So you select the motor that you want to be only visuals. It will work as usual, but there will be no force, nothing will work on this motor anymore. It's only there for the visuals. So I usually copy and paste the same motor that I have, the main one. I put it anywhere I want, and I select visual only. It will spin, it will act normal, but it's actually only for visuals. You see, it has no effect whatsoever anymore. Okay, actually, I like this helicopter. I wish I could include this in the project for you guys to play with it as well. But yeah, here we go. You have your fully functional helicopter working exactly the way you want it. But I want a throttle down, on ground idle throttle. Why not? I need more on ground idle throttle. I want it 0. Where is it? Should be right here. On ground idle throttle, I want it to be 0. It kind of glues me down to the ground. Yeah, this way I can this one I can easily. Yeah, you see what happened now? More on ground idle throttle is trying to push my helicopter down, and our skids, they just aligned themselves. Yeah, and I'm gonna turn the engine off, and then park assist will come in, and like the suspension is too soft, by the way. Like, you guys, you should work on it, make it tougher, make it harder maybe for the suspension. But there we go. I turn on the engine and we can fly away. For the speed and all, if you want to go faster, of course, for your engine, for your motor, this is our motor, right? I can give it more power, maybe like 10, and then more drag. Actually, drag, I don't want it to be that much. Yeah, why not? Look what happens now. It still tries to auto trim itself automatically, okay, but it's much faster. Look, I'm going almost 130 kilometers per hour right now. You see what's happening? You see what's happening? Yeah? Okay. And notice how like it's stabilizing itself really fast, and then you can play around with the stabilization system that we had on your motor. And then you can also adjust how fast it is. By the way, drag, I want to make it less because I want my helicopter to be even faster, and I want to go to my percent power and set it to, no, 0.5 is already okay, but maybe I can set it to 0.6, so more percent power. These are the things you can adjust yourself. Okay, now we're gonna turn autopilot on, so autopilot will take control of the helicopter, and basically we're gonna make an NPC. The thing is, it's super easy. It's just a few clicks and checkboxes to turn it on. But the thing is, we're gonna go through every property. So bear with me as I explain everything over here. So I'm gonna go into my airplane, my helicopter. Sorry, I'm gonna go to its motor. I'm gonna make it a little bit harder to stop. Like, I'm gonna scroll maybe down until I see the stabilization. I'm gonna give it less stabilization power, so I'm gonna divide everything by 2, so it's kind of slower for it to stabilize itself. And I'm gonna see how it feels, because it was too snappy right now. It's okay, but now we have to give it less power for these as well. So I'm gonna say maybe like 3, and for this maybe like that, and for the yaw it's okay. I don't want to touch yaw. Yaw is okay. Yeah, it feels good. Oh my god. Yeah, it feels a little bit better. Now I think it's ready for the autopilot to take in, because I want it to feel more natural when it's trying to go forward and backward. You can achieve a nice number by try and error. So what you do is to go to your class defaults. Go to your helicopter blueprint and find flight ECU. Click on that. Scroll down or up until you see something called a section called autopilot, and it says enable autopilot. I'm gonna enable autopilot right here, and autopilot start delay. How many seconds after the begin play, after you start playing, autopilot should start working? I'm gonna say like maybe 2 seconds or 1 second, or 0 is like immediately. So, and you choose the mode of your autopilot, which is helicopter here in this case. All right, and then you hit compile up here. Once you hit compile, you see lots of new options being open for you, and then over here you can select what type of target mode you have. Do you want it to follow a point destination, and then you give it the point right here? It will go to that destination. It will go to that location. Or you give it you want it to follow an actor, and then you follow an actor, you select your actor over here, or it's a spline, follow point by point, or smoothly follow the spline. I'm gonna have it set to follow an actor. Okay, I don't wanna set the target right here. We're gonna set the target in the editor here over here. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. Actually, I don't want to touch anything else, and I wanna try and see what happens if I don't touch anything else. I'm gonna hit compile, save, and I'm gonna go. Actually, notice I added a box here. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. So I'm going to add a cube in my scene over here. I'm gonna bring it up here because I want my helicopter to follow this. Make it bigger, and I give it a 0 collision, because I don't want my helicopter to collide with it. So I set the collision for this box to 0, and I'm going to select my helicopter in the details panel. Scroll down until I see ECU. Click on it, and then right here I'm gonna go. Actually, I'm gonna search for actor. That's it. So under autopilot, you see this follow actor and then target actor. I'm gonna click on this button over here, which is a picker, and then I'm gonna pick that small tiny box that I put over there. Okay, I'm gonna put the box maybe right there. I'm gonna make it bigger so it's more visible. And yeah, let's hit play and see what happens. I don't want to touch keyboard anymore. It's already working. Also, it's already trying to go towards the target, but if you notice, it's going there too slowly. I'm gonna leave it, and I'm gonna see what happens, what it does. It's not doing a good job. It's going up. So a bunch of properties that we need to adjust. I'm gonna go to my helicopter. Right now, we already selected the helicopter follow actor. We gave it the actor already over there in the editor. They were like in the not runtime. Anyways, in the editor. And then I'm gonna go down, 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 down. These are for the spline. Enable landing. If you want it after it reaches the target, if you want it to land, there you go. This is the checkbox that you need to check. It's already checked, but notice that after it reached the target, it was going up instead of going down, and that's because you need to give it a landing throttle floor. with what kind of throttle can it land? I'm gonna say maybe like 0.05. So it's a throttle lower than the idle throttle. That means that helicopter using this throttle can land, can go down. So you need to give it yourself. If it's higher than your idle throttle, then it will go up. All right. So I'm gonna set it to that, and then land, hold throttle. This means, okay, after the landing is complete and the helicopter, the autopilot is on the ground, is on the floor already, what kind of throttle should it hold? Should it be idle? Should it be zero? Because, you know, in a helicopter, especially when it's on the ground, we have to keep it kind of glued. Otherwise, it will hover on the ground, just like in real life, right? So I'm gonna give give this one also less throttle. Maybe this is 10%. I think our helicopter was already idling at around 10%, right? So it should be lower, 0.0, maybe 2. I don't know. We'll test it. And then this is the preferred speed, how fast your helicopter goes towards the target. I'm gonna set it to maybe like 200. Actually, what if I set it to 20 so we can test it out? I'm curious if it even works, right? Like after all these changes that we had. Heli takeoff seconds. Okay, now these are takeoff. So how many seconds does it take for the helicopter to take off? So do you want it for 3 seconds it holds throttle up and tries to take off before it goes towards the target? How many seconds you want takeoff to take? It's not landing, by the way, it's the takeoff. I want to say, okay, for 3 seconds, go up. And then takeoff throttle, of course, I want it to be like 1. Use maximum power to do a takeoff. I mean, it's too much. It's unrealistic, but yeah, let's go. Gear fold after liftoff seconds. How many seconds does it take? Like after liftoff is completed, how many seconds will it take for the helicopter to fold its gears? Okay, if you remember, we had these gears. I want to select them all. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. I mean, for you, I guess it's like this right now. You have a 90 degrees here, okay, and your probably your gears can be folded as well if you press G. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, because we have flat skids should not rotate 90 degrees. Flat skids should just go up. So assuming that this helicopter has a folding mechanism for its gears, for its folding, for its landing gears, so we need to do that. If you don't want the helicopter to be able to fold its landing gears, you know, or skid flats, you just disable folding over here, just like what I did right now. Okay, actually I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna leave it to fold at the 0 degrees. Okay, so no rotation, just folding. And I'm gonna go back to my ECU. My cat is like making noise. All right, anyways, go back to my ECU. I'm gonna find the autopilot takeoff, and I'm gonna say gears fold after 3 seconds is okay already. After 3 seconds, we're gonna see a folding mechanism and see what happens. Arrival radius. I mean, what's the radius that's considered as being arrived to the target? I'm gonna say, like, how close should it be to the target to consider that, okay, we're there? I'm gonna say like 1,000, and then this second one, slow radius centimeter, shows that, okay, after you reach 2,000 centimeters, or like, it is cm, it's actually on real units. Okay, it's not centimeters. Anyways, after you reach this centimeter, okay, start slowing down, because maybe your helicopter is going too fast, and then the moment it reaches the target, it's gonna pass it and it's gonna try to go backwards. So I'm gonna say, okay, whenever you reach 3,000, slow down, chill out, so you can reach this 1,000 easily. That's it. And then this max tilde, these other numbers, you can go ahead and play around with them, but I already set them to something that, like, you don't need to touch them, but you can make them, adjust them and see what happens. I'm gonna scroll down until I see Hold brake on land. Do you want the brakes to be held when the helicopter is landed? Let's assume that you have gears on the ground and you want that to happen, because the autopilot is like a person behind the keyboard, but it's not a person, right? It's the computer. Does it hold space bar or no when it's landed? Okay, and then this is AP throttle up. Okay, when it's trying to throttle up, what's the maximum power it uses? Okay, is it like vertical to control, something like that? So 1, and then for the throttle down it's 0. So that's the maximum throttle up and down that we might be able to reach. But okay, but there is another thing which I'll get to in a second. NPC stay seconds. How many seconds does it stay at the reach the target? I'm gonna say stay there for 5 seconds before you land, for example, or before you do anything else. Okay, so the moment it reaches the target, it stays there for 5 seconds. Let's set it for, yeah, actually 5 was good. 5. And then Z pause gain and Z vel gain. This is how fast it rises the motor power. How fast it rises the throttle. I'm not gonna touch these because I have another magic number over here, which is so nice. NPC max throttle data. It basically means always use 40% of the throttle. Whatever you want to do, use 40% of the power. No, I don't want that. Let's set it to 1. So it's like, so it uses 100% of the throttle power needed to go up or down, because right now, if you remember, we tested, it was going down slowly, but when I set it to 1, it will try to go up, to go down or up as fast as possible. Okay, so I'm gonna set that, and then this avoid, we're gonna get back to it in a second. I'm gonna save and compile. Oh, there is one more thing. If you scroll down, you'll see something. You see there are a bunch of other configs as well. Heli, speed, aggro. I already set the aggro to something high. If you set it to 0.5, it's gonna be like sluggish. It's gonna be using half of its power to do anything. Kind of like what we did just right now in the other property. But yeah, it's there if you want to use it. It's already on 2. Tilt aggro. You can go ahead and change all of these. But what I suggest to change is this one: autopilot on ground idle throttle. It's kind of like this one. So like, if you remember, we had another property after landing. What's the throttle that it holds? Okay, that one is different from this one. This one, where was it? Autopilot heli on ground idle throttle. This one is before taking off and landing. Okay, so before takeoff and land, what's the throttle does it hold over here? So I'm gonna say 0.1 maybe, and we're gonna see what happens, because this is the moment you start playing, the begin play. How much throttle is the helicopter holding? So this is something that's absolutely useful when your helicopter is trying to land or starting the game on a moving platform, for example, and you want your helicopter to be glued to the ground a little bit, but not too much, at the begin play, not after landing. Okay, so you want it to start like this. Anyways, I'm gonna hit compile, save. If you set it to 0, like it has 0 throttle, it's trying to push itself down on the ground, and it might slide around, which you might not want to happen. I'm gonna hit play, and I'm gonna see what happens. It will take 3 seconds to take off. Super fast going towards the target. Unfolded the gears. Slowed down already. Reached 5,000 something. The moment it reaches this box, it stays there for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, it has to land. It's landing, unfolded the gears, land completed. Notice how throttle on ground is too much. There's too much throttle when it's landed. Okay, so I'm gonna just search for, in my ECU, search for land. I'm gonna say NPC land delay seconds. After 2 seconds, it's trying to land. Enable landing. Okay. Oh, by the way, I forgot. It's this one is not after how many seconds it should start landing. Because we already had another number, which was stay. Okay, so this stay seconds is how many seconds it stays there, and then after this 5 seconds, this stays seconds, it will land automatically. And after the land is complete, I'm gonna search for land now. After the land is completed, after 2 seconds of landing, okay, this number shows there. After your gears are on the ground and landing is complete, wait for 2 seconds, and after 2 seconds, land hold throttle will kick in. Okay, I'm gonna set it to 0.1 because that was too low, and I'm gonna land slower. So I'm gonna say 0.1 maybe and 0.05. This is good. And after 1 second of landing is complete, try to go to this hold throttle. So this is what happens. So after the landing is complete, after 1 second after that, try to hold the throttle at this number. Okay, why do we have this system? Because sometimes when the helicopter is trying to land, it's gonna bounce up. Okay, now it doesn't detect that that the landing is complete, and then it's gonna act weird. Okay, but right now we have it 1 second. I would like to keep it on 2 seconds usually because I'm gonna make sure that the landing is complete. The gears are like the suspension stiffed out, and then we let go of this throttle, and now we hold this throttle. Actually, I have to. Probably this is too much, right? 0.1 and 0.15. I'm gonna slowly land. Yeah, let's go ahead and see what happens. And then the more natural your helicopter is, the better the autopilot will try to move around, you know, because if you look at the examples I have, I tried to play around with the numbers a lot, and I reached some nice numbers for the helicopters for them to act naturally. So you can do them as well. You can go ahead and check them out. Oh, okay, 15% of the throttle was not enough to land. This is like 15% of the throttle. 0.05, 0.02. So use a 0.05 landing throttle, and then after landing is complete, 0.02. Okay, let's see what happens. Actually, maybe this is also too much. 0.07. I don't know. You know, yeah, we're trying, right? And how am I looking at the throttle, by the way? In the over here, I can see what the autopilot is doing. Now it's trying to throttle down, up, down, out. It's trying to adjust itself. It's not throttling too much right now. It's just trying to go forward. Percent powering forward. When it reaches the target, after a few seconds, I want to see. Okay, 5% of the throttle to go down was enough, and then after 2 seconds, it eases down, which is good. And still too much. I can make it even more. So after the landing is complete, so this is like 5% of the throttle. That was enough to land nicely and slowly and gently. And then I'm gonna say 0.08 of the throttle. After 2 seconds, the landing is complete. Let go of this and use this throttle number. Okay. There we go, and that is for autopilot helicopter. But now we're gonna talk about how we can change the target mode from another box from a box to a spline or to a point. We're gonna do that right now, and we're gonna talk about this avoid as well. Let's see. By the way, you can set the helicopter not to land after reaching the target. You see? Let me see. Okay. 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, it will let go. All right, it's working. It's working perfectly. I like it. Okay, now I noticed that our helicopter was moving too slow towards the target, and that was because in the flight ECU we have set the autopilot NPC preferred speed kilometers per hour to 20, right? 20 was too slow, so I can set it to anything else, and we can try again. Took me an hour to find out. I was thinking, why is it working like that? It has to work well. Okay, so I'm gonna move it. I don't want it to collide with anything. So even after it reaches the target, I can move it. I will try to go there as fast as it possibly can. You know, so 75 kilometers per hour is the possibility for this helicopter. You can adjust anything else you want, because you know, for an autopilot heli, it tries not to have too much pitch, because it needs to hold its altitude as well, right? So yeah, that's how it works. I like it. Anyways, we're gonna check how we can have our helicopter to follow a spline. Now, what you do is to go to our plugin folder, and then find blueprints, and then there is a blueprint called where is it? Which one is it? It's here. BP NPC spline. It's nothing. You can create it yourself as well. It's basically, if I open it, oh, that's a code, by the way. I'm gonna go to the plugin folder, blueprints. It wasn't the code. Okay, I'm confused. Okay, yeah. Anyways, I opened the NPC spline, and then if you look at the blueprints, it only has one spline component under an actor, so it's nothing special. You can create your own as well, and nothing has changed here. This is not a weird class. This is not anything special. It's just a simple actor that has a spline component underneath it, and that's all. Okay, you can create your own as well. I just want to drag and drop this one that I created already. I place it anywhere I want. If you zoom in, you notice that it has like some points, right? I'm gonna have this point go over there. I'm gonna hold Alt, and I'm gonna hold Shift and drag it over here, so it copies one more. I want to copy one more over here. I'm gonna copy one more here, and probably I want it to pass from this location all the way to here, and then I'm gonna scroll down on this last point. So I'm gonna make sure the last point is selected, and I'm gonna scroll down until I see close loop. So it's closing the loop right now in a very weird way, but it should work. I can rotate it maybe like that. We'll see what happens. If the helicopter doesn't find out that like maybe this line is closer than this line and try to go back, we're gonna test it out. Now I'm gonna click on my helicopter. Okay, I'm gonna do it over here now. I'm gonna scroll down until I see flight DCU. I click on that. I scroll down until I see my autopilot. It's over here. Remember, it was follow actor. I'm gonna set this one to follow spline smoothly. Smoothly means that it will follow exactly as the spline allows it, you know, exactly on the line of the spline. Otherwise, if it's point by point, it will try to go to the next point on the spline, then next point on the spline, and that's it. Okay, I'm gonna bring down this hand there. Anyways, now I have to select the spline actor. I'm gonna click on this, and I'm gonna select this spline that I had here. It's selected. Okay. And I'm gonna change nothing else and see what happens, but I'm pretty much sure we have to touch these things, because right now it's gonna be super slow. I'm gonna hit play and see what happens. So it's no longer going to follow. I'm gonna Alt Tab and click on this button so I can see the line. So it's, I don't know what it's doing. Did I select the right one? I'm not sure. Let's get out. I'm gonna make sure. Oh, I think I selected the wrong spline point. I think I selected the one in the back over there, probably. So I'm gonna try again. This time I'm gonna make sure the spline that I select is actually this one over here, spline point 24. I'm gonna do this. Oh yeah, I accidentally selected the wrong one. So yeah, you see, it's trying to follow a spline, and the yellow one is the one that it tries to go to, but the blue one is how far it can look at. So right now it's having a really hard time to go forward, and that's only because if I go here, if I scroll down in my ECU under the helicopter, if I scroll down until I see smooth look ahead base centimeter, I'm gonna set it to something high, like maybe 1000, and smooth look ahead per meter. So depend on how fast we're going, you should look further ahead, because maybe there is a curve or something. So I'm gonna set this one, maybe this one to 1000, and this one to 2000. Okay. Sorry. This one was like 3. This one I'm gonna set it to 50, and this one to 2000. So the faster we go, this will add up 50, 100, 120, and 150, 200, 250, until it can look ahead 3000 further over this. So this will add up until it reaches this number. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is 50, and this is 3000. So it's already looking at 2000 units ahead. But depend on how fast it's going, it's gonna add 50, 50, 50 to this. So first of all, it's 2000, and then it can add minimum of 50, 2050, and then the faster we go, it will add 50 and 50 to it until it reaches 3000, and these two is 5000. It's weird. You have to play around with it until you find out, but it's pretty much self-documented. You can read what it says. And see what happens, and keep distance. If you want your helicopter to keep a certain distance from that point, then you can add that as well. I'm gonna compile and I'm gonna see what happens. Yeah. Also, I don't like to see this avoid system over here, unless on the avoidable targets. Oh yeah, it's trying to start. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna alt tab. Yeah, you see what's happening here? You see what's happening here? It's trying to follow this line smoothly. I actually want to see what happens in this weird spot, by the way. Let's see. It finds out an obstacle. Try to... Oh my god. Holy shit. It's trying its best. Oh, it's already passed it. Okay. So yeah, there we go. That's how it works for the splines. And then if I have it set to follow spline point by point, okay, follow spline point by point. Notice that, like, we didn't change it here. We changed it over here in the editor, right? Whilst editing. So I'm gonna make sure it's selected. Follow point by point is selected for the here as well. It's this in this place. I'm gonna hit play because sometimes your variables may differ from here editor and the blueprint itself because you overwritten it. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna alt tab and hit this. It's trying to follow each point and stay there for as long as possible. But the problem is these lines doesn't allow it. That's why I said I like to have only avoidable obstacles. So I'm gonna search for avoid in my ECU, and I'm gonna say only avoid the avoidable, and I'm gonna give this box, the huge one, a tag called avoidable, and that's it. Alt tab, depossess. Yeah, I'm gonna see what happens now. It will reach to each point, stays for a number of seconds, and that's adjustable. You can change how much, how far it stays, how long it stays on each point. Okay, it didn't miss a point, by the way. It's trying to go here. It waits here for a few seconds. It's trying to go to the next one. It's so smart. It can go backwards as well. It stays here. It tries to go to the next one. And for these debug parts, it will tell us using a red dot that where is the next point that it's trying to reach. So it will do it forever unless I have it. First of all, I can have it. Look what happened. If I have my spline not being closed in the end, okay, so it actually ends right here, right? So maybe it ends here. It's better. So it ends here. And I'm gonna go to my helicopter and I'm gonna ECU and I'm gonna search for I'm gonna go down to the autopilot controls, and there is something that called spline stay seconds, something like that. I'm gonna find it. Spline point stop seconds. I'm gonna say on each point stays for 3 seconds. Right now it was staying more than 0 seconds, right? And that is because it had keep distance of 0, I believe. So I'm gonna set it like to 500. So the moment you reach 500, 5 meters away from the point that you are trying to reach, it should stop. So let's see. It stays there for 5 seconds. Why? Like it's bugged. It's bugged. I'm gonna hit shift save. Okay. I'm gonna see why it was bugged. Because I could not see the line. You see what's happening here? I cannot see. Anyways, let's see how it works. It's trying to go from the first one to the last one, and then on the last one, which is right over here, I guess. Is it? No, it's not over there. Because I cannot see those blind points, I don't know what's happening. So we're gonna see 3 seconds on each point. It's gonna stay there with the distance of 5 meters. 3 seconds on each. And in the end, it has to land probably. Oh, by the way, we have landing disabled on it. So enable landing, I'm gonna enable it back. And for this blind point, I'm gonna see it started from here, then it went to here because this one was closer. Okay, I believe there was an option. So if I search for spline actor is selected point by point. Okay, yeah. We have a looping system over here as well. So you don't need to loop. So not only you need to cancel the closed loop on your spline, but you should also come here. Maybe that's your spline. It's not closed, but still you want your helicopter to loop around. So this is already checked. I'm gonna uncheck this. That's important. Okay. I'm gonna see how this works right now. If we try to go to the first point and then actually we selected one of the first ones. Anyways, it's gonna try to stay there for 3 seconds. It should, but it's not. Something's happening. I think I'm gonna remove that point on the spline and I'm gonna see what happens. Because maybe that was the issue. That was the whole issue. I don't know why I cannot see it. I'm gonna remove my spline completely because it's bugged. I cannot see it. I was not able to see where the spline begins and where it ends. So I'm gonna put in another one. It's probably an Unreal bug. And for this one, I'm gonna have it like that, probably like that, and then another one here, and that's it. Here it can land. Oh, I have to select the spline on my actor as well. I'm gonna choose the helicopter, go to the ECU, search for a spline, and I'm gonna set the spline actor to this one. Let's begin. And for this test, we're gonna see on this new spline, it's gonna find the closest point. It's gonna try to start, goes to that one, goes to last one, stays there for maybe 2 seconds, and it tries to land, which is nice. Oh yeah, what if I bring it over here, play start, so it starts from the first one, Alt tab, go back here, folded gears. Now it's trying to follow one by one with the distance we gave it. Just make sure it works. Okay. And the last one. Okay, done. I'm gonna make sure it lands perfectly. It did. Let's go off the throttle. Amazing. Yes, it's working. Now, we're gonna work on the autopilot for our aircraft. So I'm gonna disable autopilot on this one. Actually, I don't want to touch it. I'm gonna disable possess on this one. I'm gonna possess this other the aircraft that we had. and we are going to fly. Such a nice aircraft we have. I mean, it feels so good already. Okay, I don't want this mouse move. I don't want to see that. So I'm gonna go to the blueprint for this airplane, experimental airplane. And what I'm about to do is to, in the class defaults, I'm gonna scroll down until I see enable movement also by mouse. I'm gonna disable it, compile and save, Shift S, Control Shift S. I'm gonna save everything before we mess up. And then for this airplane, I also don't want it to show me visual debug aim. Save. There we go. I also want a look around, by the way. I'm gonna scroll down and I have this look around being enabled. Hit play. Yeah, nice. Actually, I want to brake. Nice. Not nice. I want it to stop. Wait a second. Yeah, I want to hold brakes here. Brakes at 100 power. Okay, let's go. Now, I want to make sure everything works perfectly. This works. This works. Alright, now I'm trying to move. Works nicely. Okay, I'm gonna unfold. Rudder right. Rudder left. This works. Things are working nicely. So now that I'm sure that it's working perfectly, okay, what I'm about to do is that I'm going to enable autopilot on it. So I'm gonna go to my experimental airplane. I'm gonna find flight ECU, scroll until I find autopilot section, which is right over here. I'm gonna turn the autopilot on and I'm gonna hit compile. So, oh, okay, by the way, I have to select my autopilot mode, which is aircraft this time, and I hit compile for all of the settings to appear. And then, okay, here I have some interesting things. First of all, takeoff seconds. How long does it take for it to take off? Just like what we had in a helicopter, I'm gonna say 10 seconds to take off. And then what's the throttle it uses to take off? It's 1 full amount, and then air flap start seconds. After how many seconds of starting to take off, it should try to use its flaps to go up the elevators. I'm gonna say after 3 seconds, hold the flaps, elevators. And you have pitch angle for the takeoff. I'm gonna say like 15. It's okay. It's a weird number, by the way. Like, you have it until 90 degrees, but it's too much. 90 is too much, so I'm gonna keep it as 15. You want a slow takeoff, right? And then you have and yeah, that's it. I'm going to do nothing else except I'm gonna select what's gonna happen for this, like what is this airplane is going to follow. So I'm gonna go until I see AP air target actor. Yes, that's exactly what I want. So actually we're gonna set it here in the editor, right? So I'm gonna go back here, go back, find where were we. There is something that we need to talk about. This is helicopter. Okay, for the airplane. For the airplane, if you scroll down. Oh yeah, here, over here. This one is telling us, like, after we reach the target, what happens. I'm gonna say you do a landing. You do not need to follow the target. I mean, if you have a fighting dogfight or something and you want the airplane like keep following you, you can have it to follow target. Or if you want it to, like, after it reaches the target, it cruise forever, like it's end game or something. You set it to cruise horizon. Or land sequence. Once you select land sequence, you have a bunch of landing options as well. Land descent degrees. What's the degree of of going down, right? I'm gonna say minus 15 degrees. And then for the land throttle, I'm gonna say yes, it's gonna slow down, right? So I'm gonna say like 0.5 1, so use 10% of the throttle, and then adjust yourself 15 degrees downwards, and then air land unfold gear. Should it unfold its gears? Of course it should. Yes. And then air land brake hold seconds. I mean, after how many seconds the landing is complete, should it hold the brakes? I'm gonna say immediately, maybe 1 second. So there's a nice thing that any airplane has that we forgot to talk about is where is it? Air brake. There is a system called air brake for this ECU. So if you search for air brake, you see you can have air brake. So when, like, you have a fighter jet, you're in the air, you want to hold the brakes, air brakes, and you're going to quickly slow down your aircraft and go behind enemy's aircraft. You can give it a number here. I'm going to give it like 50,000 air brake of power for this aircraft, and I'm gonna go back down here. But I do not want my autopilot to use air brake, by the way. Air brake can be used by pressing F on your keyboard. So if you want to try it, there, like for the jets and all, you can go ahead and do that. But for while this guy is trying to land, should it hold air brake to slow down whilst in the air? Maybe your plane is going too fast and it's gonna brake in the air. I don't want that to happen. We don't have, like, at least right now. We'll see. And then yeah, that's it. You have air follow spline, which is this airplane is not going to follow a spline, so we don't care about that. And then there is an air target mode, which is gonna be, of course, it's not gonna be, spline is up here, it's separated, and the rest of the things are over here. I'm gonna say follow an actor, or horizon cruise, it just cruises forever, of course. I'm gonna say follow an actor, and then if I scroll up here, I can select my actor. I know it's like the positioning of the things are like a bit weird right now. It's like it's not categorized. This one is not categorized under. This is a visual bug. This is gonna be fixed in the next updates. But for now, since I'm doing this in this video, I'm telling you where is which. I'm not going to change it in the plugin that you're having, so you have it exactly at the same spot I'm showing you. So you can select your air target. By the way, I'm gonna select it right here. I'm gonna select my airplane, go to ECU in the runtime. Autopilot is on already, right? I'm gonna search for target. For the air target actor, I'm gonna select this box that we had. Our helicopter is no longer following the box, and I'm gonna put the box somewhere else. I don't know where I place it, but like, let's place it over here. What do we say? It's good. It cannot land here though, but we'll see. So I'm gonna put it here. So the moment it reaches this spot, it tries to land, right? Let's see if this works. And I'm gonna make it bigger so I can see it from afar. Oh yeah, let's go. I'm gonna hit play and I'm gonna see what happens. Autopilot already kicked in. I'm not touching anything. Oh, it's elevating downward instead of going up, and the airplane is so fast. Okay, and that's actually easy to fix. If you go to your ECU on your airplane, there should be invert ailerons, no, invert elevators, yes. So for the autopilot, the elevators should be inverted. I mean, for you, if like you can invert it to your liking. Okay, 15 degrees upwards, it's trying to go up. It's wiggling. I'm not sure why just yet. Okay, it tries. Okay. So you gotta make sure that something called airplane, where is it? Airplane full auto is checked. Well, I do it for you. I make sure when it's shipped to you, it's already checked, so you don't need to worry about this, and it will work, and you will not see the same bug as I saw. It's not a bug, the same thing that happened to me. Because this is kind of like you remember motor stabilization, where it always tries to stabilize the airplane. I mean, you can also do that like in the motors, but like you need to come here and select airplane full auto, otherwise your airplane is not able to steer left, right, or try to balance itself. All right, now if I have this selected, and probably you've seen this already, this cannot steer toward the target well enough. Okay, look what happens. It's having a hard time. What you need to do is right now over here, X and Y route. Y route is elevator, X is ailerons. It's trying to control that, right? I want my ailerons to also affect rudder here. Now this way, also I want my rudder to be a little bit stronger. So I'm gonna find flat, like wing number 4. Wing number 4. Is this my rudder? Yeah, it is. It is the rudder, and I want to make it more powerful a little bit. So for its force, I'm gonna give it like add 1.5 over there, and I'm gonna hit play. Look at the magic. You didn't want to say that something bad happens and like everything goes south. Yeah, but it can now adjust itself much more perfectly towards the target. It's actually doing it right now. It's really nice. Yep, it got there. That's it. Now it tries to land 15 degrees down, gears like, yeah, it landed as well. That's actually a very, very good thing to know. But like this is not a good place to land, but it mission successful. That's great, right? Our airplane is too fast. Also, can I adjust the speed of the airplane without going to the motor? Sorry, speed. Not for the ECU speed. So under autopilot, yeah, when it comes to an aircraft, I should adjust the speed only in my motors. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my motors. Okay, I want my helicopter. I want my aircraft to cruise slower. So I'm gonna give it a less max speed. Like I want it to go 100, maybe 80 kilometers per hour maximum with like 30 up and down. I'm gonna see what happens here, because I want my autopilot to be like slower. Is it possible? What's the max speed? 106 is great. This is what I like to see in an autopilot. Yeah. So what I did is I went to the motor and I changed the max speed. But unlike the helicopter autopilot, where I had to go to inside the ECU and select the max speed, because a helicopter doesn't have a max speed limitation, just like a normal airplane or a car. So it reaches there, it tries to land. We are going much slower. Okay, it was falling down, so I'm gonna place this over here. This will definitely work. Anyways, I'm not gonna worry about that too much. We're gonna see what other options are there available to us. Where is it? Where is autopilot? We have to go to our ECU down here. Oh yeah. You see, there are hundreds of options you can try to make the oscillation less, happen less, the speed aggro more or less. You can adjust all of these. These are the things that you have to experiment yourself at home. Do not do this at home, but do this one at home. Yeah, and then of course, much like the helicopter, you have the avoid system over here as well. You can enable and disable it. It can avoid any obstacle. You see, avoid is enable. Much like the helicopter, you have avoidable over here. You can avoid any obstacle. I'm not gonna go through this because you already know it. And then you have your land sequence or follow. Actually, I'm gonna try cruise to horizon right now. Now we're gonna see how it works. Let's go ahead and see. It should cruise forever. You know, I'm gonna alt tab. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna see how it flies. Okay, now it should cruise forever. It should never stop. It is cruising forever, as you can see. Okay, now let's try landing. So instead of cruise horizon, I'm gonna say land. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Landed perfectly in this pit over here. Anyways, yeah, that's how it works. You can go ahead and try this follow actor as well. If it's no, not that one. If it's follow actor, let's see what happens actually. I believe it's gonna crash somewhere because there is not enough room to spin around this box right now. But we'll see, because when the follow is on, it will always try to follow the box, the cube around, right? The actor around, target actor. I'm gonna just sit here and wait until it comes. Da, 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 da. I can see it. I can see it. It's coming. It's coming fast, by the way. It's going fast. Yeah. Now it should still try to go back. It's always trying to go towards the target. In these cases, I would like to have my flaps really strong, probably stalling to false, and then no engine stall in the ECU. And then I want my airplane to be able to really quickly around the target, so that way it doesn't collide with the walls. Right now it's doing a really good job of doing so, especially if you have the obstacle detection on. It will try not to collide with the ground, with the land as well. Right now it's doing a good job. It's not letting go of this target, by the way. It's doing whatever it can in its power to just but it keeps stalling. I can turn off the stall in the ECU as well. You just have to go to the ECU and turn off the stalling. It did a really good job. Oh my god. It was like a leaf. Now what? Yeah, it keeps doing this. It tries to go around this thing. Okay, anyways, that's it for that. We're good to go for the airplane. By the way, the moment I turn off the autopilot, if I go here and autopilot off, I can control this the airplane myself. Like you see what's happening. With 14% of the engine power, I'm going 120 kilometers per hour. With 8%, am I going slower? Yeah, like 90. 90 is not enough to live. Oh, it is. I'm gonna close my, fold them. Yeah, we're gonna cruise slowly around. Yeah. Now there is one more thing that I would like to show you in the for the airplanes. One or two more things that we can discuss. First of all, like all these numbers, you can go ahead and adjust them to your liking. So yeah, and then there is, if you wanted to follow on a spline, you just hit this button over here. You see, air follow spline. Actually, why not doing it too, right? So you can have an offset for your spline, like those fighter airplanes that I put for you on the on those spaceship. And that will, what does it do? Each airplane is following in a different offset. They're all following the same spline, but they're following with a different offset. I'm actually going to ask my my airplane to follow an spline as well, and I'm gonna ask it to follow this spline, which is right here. Okay, or maybe I just copy and paste this. Can I? I'm gonna test something as well. Can I copy paste over here, and then I have to reduce these points. The problem with airplanes is that they need a huge space to turn, right? So make sure your spline, your spline follows the amount of your spline is kind of is taking into consideration the power of the airplane as well, the speed of it, or like how fast it can turn. Because if your airplane misses a point, okay, there is a system for it that if it misses a point, it tries to go to the next one, but it doesn't work that well. So you have to always make sure that your points are far enough for your airplane to, the moment it passes this one, it can reach the other one easily. Otherwise, it passes it. Okay, so I'm gonna have my airplane. Let's test it out, just to show you how it may work. I'm gonna go to my flight ECU, scroll down until I see. Oh yeah, after so long of trying and error, I found out that we just turned the autopilot off in the editor for this airplane. Okay, so I have to go to my ECU, scroll down over here until I find autopilot first, and then I have to turn it on. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see the settings. Okay, which is right here. I'm gonna have it, of course, follow spline. Okay, and then here I can select whether it should follow from the first point on the spline or the closest point on the spline. I'm gonna have it set to start from the first point, which is right over here, and I'm gonna select my spline. Okay, air spline actor. I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna click on this new spline that we created. Is this the new one? Oh no, that's not the new one. I have to select this one. So I'm gonna click on this, click on that. Okay, let's try. Arrival radius means that like how far from the spline point it should be to consider it as a hey, we got there. I'm gonna set it to like maybe something like 6,500, and I'm gonna hit play because our plane is kind of fast. It's going 150 kilometers per hour. We set that in the motors as well, right? In the motors. Okay, it has to. I'm gonna do this so I can see the spline points. All right. The problem is it took it so long to do a takeoff, right? And it's trying to find the closest point for some reason because it missed the first one. By the way, yeah, I told you we have a missing system thing, and it should go to the second point on the spline. Okay, it's having a hard time. We have to play around with the airplane turning system and all, autopilot, but it's still working. It got there. It's going to the next point. Yeah, it's working. It's good. I'm gonna see what happens after the last point. Does it cruise to horizon? Did we set it to cruise to horizon or land? It was on landing, I guess, last time. So it reached this point. It's going to the next one. Oh, there's actually 2 more points. Let's see. I'm gonna wait for it because, like, yeah, it should work. Okay, it reached it. That yellow line is showing where it's aiming at. So on the last one, it's cruising to horizon. So cruise to horizon is on. It's gonna like crash. There we go. Anyways, that's it. I'm gonna make sure if cruise to horizon was on. Yeah, it was at follow target. It shouldn't, like, on a spline mesh there is no follow target. Like you only select follow target if you want it to loop, maybe, and it doesn't even loop. You know, if you want your airplane to loop on a spline mesh, to loop a spline, you have to close loop in the end on your spline. So you have to click the last point on your spline, and you have to select close loop. So for your airplane to loop around it. Otherwise, if you want it to land, just put it to land. Otherwise, it just cruises to horizon no matter what. Whew! I think that's it, which will make us come to the point where we have to work around with this. So I'm going to show you how this works. This is like super duper easy. In your blueprints, in the plugin folder, in your blueprints, You have a blueprint called, where is it? Hard NPC. I'm gonna create a child class out of hard NPC as well, and I'm gonna say this hard NPC is gonna be a new ship, and I'm gonna move it to my new planes folder, just like the other ones. It's over here. Okay, where is the new planes? Okay, and this new ship, I'm gonna double click, and it's so simple. It just have an static mesh, and I'm gonna select an static mesh for it. I have a lot of static meshes for you to use, of course, but one that we are going to use is the one with the name. If you go to a folder called cruise, not cruise up, sorry, carrier, not cruise, carrier ship. There we go. This is the static mesh that I have for the ship. It's just a static mesh, right? And I'm just going to bring it to the new ship that we have over here. Voila, that's it. Now I'm gonna drop it in the scene. I'm gonna drop this blueprint, no, not this one, the blueprint that we created right now into the scene. Make sure you have nice collisions with it, okay? Otherwise, because this big thing, it has to have some nice collisions, so when people try to land on it or move around it, they don't collide with like weird shit. I just want to position it anywhere I want, maybe like over here, okay? And then I want it to follow the same spline that we just created. I actually want to move it maybe right there to be seen better. Okay, now you click on the new ship blueprints that you created. Okay, we can actually do it here. I don't need to go to my blueprint class. I'm gonna do it over here, and you just in the class defaults, you scroll down. It's asking you, do you want me to follow an spline component, or you want to select an spline actor? I'm gonna select spline actor, and I'm gonna say this is the spline actor. Spline component means that, do you want your spline to be attached to your ship? No, I don't want that to happen. So I just select an spline actor, and then I'm gonna select a movement speed. I'm gonna set it to like 5,000, which is really fast. Does it go reverse? I reverse direction because right now it's going to the direction of the spline. It follows it as we created the points one by one. But like if you have it to true, it goes backwards. Okay, and then you have should it loop when it reaches the end, or should it stop, or should it land? Okay, it's actually really awesome. You can try them all. Okay, I'm gonna set it to maybe stop in the end, and we're going to have like start after 3 seconds. Okay, maybe after 5 seconds start. And yeah, that's all you get. And you have one rotation thing, by the way. Do you want it to follow the pitch, your roll of your spline? For the carrier ships that we have, I set the roll to false because I don't want the ship to turn like this. Otherwise, everything on top of it will fall down, right? That's on you. And then if it's on, then you have to like I'm gonna leave it on, and I'm gonna like rotate this point by a little bit just for you to see how it works. I'm gonna go back to my ship, and then which side is the forward axis of my ship? This side is the forward axis for this ship, right? It's going that way, so I'm selecting that X plus, not X backwards. And then rotation interp speed. How fast does it rotate around? Because if it's too fast to rotate or too fast to move, maybe a helicopter is landed on top of it, it will just fall off, or if it just slide away because we're rotating too fast, or like we're moving too fast, or something like that. So make sure you fix this, and max rotation degrees per second. You can play around with these and see what happens. I'm just going to look what we did for the other ship, like 50 and 50, and I'm gonna do the same for this one. Okay, I'm gonna say 50 and 50 rotation interp speed, because it's like something. I'm gonna actually, let's make it faster, like 10 and 10. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna depose this. After 3 seconds, you have to move. Start following the line. It is following the spline, and it's moving 5,000 meters per second, something like that. Meters. 5,000 units. And it is rotating. You see what's happening? Okay? And I called it a hard NPC. So because this one is a hard one, my airplane somehow tried to avoid it. It's so weird. Like, did you see that? That was epic. All right. So it's trying to go. I can make it faster. I'm gonna show you one more thing about it. I'm going to make it like super fast right now. Maybe like 20,000. And in the end, right now, when it reaches the end, it's a stop. It pauses. It can also loop. But I want to set it to land because I want to show you how it lands. It's gonna go super quickly to the end. Brrr. It's not brrr, it's faster though. Okay, it's going. Weird rotation, right? Oh, okay. By the way, it's moving too fast. Depend on the rotation that we have. So I'm gonna have it rotate like rotation interp speed. Max rotation decrease per second 100. Interp speed to a 5. Let's go. And guess what? If you have avoidance for your helicopter or aircraft, they will avoid this thing as well. This is moving really fast. Now it's rotating faster as well, which I like it. And then right in the end, it has to land. But it's gonna land in a very weird spot. Can I move it? Land over here. Yeah. We could. Okay, it lands. That's it. Voila. It landed. You see what's happening here? It landed on top of many things, so it crushed our airplanes over here. Okay. But yeah. I felt the need of one new variable, which is a Z offset when landing. So now when you select your hard NPC, you can see under land, under end mode, which if you select landing, of course, you see Z offset. I'm gonna set it to like maybe 6,000 above the ground. I'm gonna see what happens, and then we're gonna try minus as well, because maybe you want your airplane to perfectly land on its maybe on its gears, maybe on its wheels, maybe on whatever surface is called that it's the lowest point. So yeah, it's coming. I want to see if it should land above these things because I have offset of 6,000. Oh, barely. Oh yeah, look at this poor helicopter. All right. Anyways, this is like that. Now I'm gonna have it to minus something as well. I'm gonna make it faster too. Maybe like 60,000, and I'm gonna say minus 12,000. So it's gonna go under the ground. Maybe that's something you want, you know? Maybe you want it to go under the ground. Oh my god, it's so fast. Definitely dangerous if it hits an airplane. Okay. Oh, it goes 12,000 under the surface. It actually hit everything. Holy shit, look at this. Imagine you're playing the game and you see this. Look at this mess, bro! It's like everything is crashed. It looks cool. It looks like a graveyard of airplanes right now under here. But up here, it's not that bad. Oh, actually, it is. Anyways, that's I think that's it. This is how we created the whale over here. So if you search for exponential height fog and just disable it for a second, you will see that the whale in this plugin is actually a hard NPC, which is following this spline, and it has a loop on, you know, so no Z offsets because we don't care about it here. And then start at closest point, and it's starting at the closest point, of course. And I tried to add rotation for every point. You can select them, and you can say how much rotation you need at that point. And yeah, and also what we had here for the cruise ship is actually the same thing, but the speed of it's actually slow. It's 1000. It's not slow, it's too fast, to be honest. Should be even slower than this. But yeah, it's like, so I did that. I intentionally set it to a kind of slow, but it should be slower, to be honest. Told you, you'll encounter less bugs if it's going slower. But anyways, it's like that. So it's hosting the airplanes on top of it. They don't fall off or slide away just because the hard NPC, which is this cruise ship, is going slow enough. And for these propellers that are spinning here, it's actually easy if you go to the plugin folder and find the plugins, the vehicles, and then you go to carrier ship and open the carrier. This spinning static meshes is actually done in blueprints. It's nothing special. If you go to event graph, you will see at the begin play, I'm playing a sound because that's it. You see it's so easy. You just drag and drop your sound over here and then you play it. And that's all. You see, first of all, and drag and drop it. I'm stopping it and I'm playing it again, because for some reason I realized that if you have them as a property, as a component, if you have the sound cues as a component of your actor, it will immediately start playing. Maybe you don't want that. So anyways, I just made sure that they are stopped and started and played at the begin play only once, and with a delay I'm playing yet another sound. Just for you guys, for a better immersion. No, sorry, just because I doubt this thing. So after packaging, I wasn't sure if they play, so I made sure I stop and start them. You can actually see what sound there is. One of them is this one, and the other one is
10, 9.
You see, with a delay, with 10-second delay, I'm playing the 10, 9, 8 sound, and the first one, which is stopped and played immediately, is the first sound. And I told you, just because I wasn't sure after packaging, these two are gonna be played automatically, instantly. And after 10 seconds, I wanted the second one to be played. And in the tick, I'm actually having each static mesh I have, okay, each scene I have, as you can see, every 4 static meshes. For example, these 4 static meshes are a child of a scene actor, and I'm rotating that scene actor. So every tick, I'm taking the scene actor, I'm adding local rotation. If you open this, actually you don't need to open it, and with a speed, which is this engine speed, okay? And doesn't matter if you create a new child class out of this, you have this engine speed, which you can adjust. Right now, it's already adjusted to like 6. Okay, you can set it faster, slower. Maybe you want to be able to pass through them, so you come here, you click on this, and you make it like 12 or something like that. Anyways, that's it. Oh my god, that was a lot. It took me maybe 2 days to record this video. I changed my t-shirt once or twice, but I tried to stay consistent here. Anyways, you got the full A to Z explanation of how to use the entire plugin you can always go ahead and check out the C++ code if you were like, oh, like how is it made? You have the plugin folder. You go to the C++.h file and see exactly what kind of functions there are, which ones you can use in your blueprints. But whatever you can see on the screen is there to adjust in blueprints. It's available to be edited in Blueprint as well. If you're here, it means that you're a legend. Thank you very much for your more than 5 hours of time over here with me learning this plugin. I can't wait to see what you came up with. I can't wait to see the aircraft or helicopter that you have and how it behaves on Discord channel. Make sure you share it with us and subscribe if you like this video or the plugin. And I hope to see you soon again somewhere around. Until next time, peace.